And why, you said you had told others about your sexual relationship. Do you remember who you told?
Yes, the first person I told was a mutual friend, Aaron is his name.
Okay. And why did you, well, prior to this, you told us about some comments you had made to Rachel about sexual activity that you minimized. You recall telling us about that?
Yes.
And then, well, when you spoke with Aaron, did you also minimize the behavior?
No, Aaron wasn't, he was a church member, but he wasn't living the standards of the church, so I assumed that by sharing this with him, he wouldn't judge me. That maybe he was in a similar boat, so to speak. And I also was still seeking advice, and I was still hesitant to go to my bishop based on the discussion I had with Travis about that.
But once he had passed, then you felt more comfortable? Is that what you're telling us? Talking about these things?
Yeah, I would have never talked to Aaron about that if, you know, I didn't want anyone to know about that. But he wouldn't judge me, is what was my thought.
Okay. Did you interview with any other media outlets besides CBS?
Yes, I did.
And don't have to know the parent company or anything else, but do you remember who that was or what show that was for?
The show was Inside Edition.
Okay. And were you contacted by them or did you contact them?
They contacted me, I guess you could say. I certainly didn't contact them.
Okay.
Indirectly, they contacted me.
What do you mean indirectly?
I was just hanging out one day in the housing unit in the jail, and an officer came with 2 shirts saying, "Which one do you want to wear? Inside Edition's here and they want to talk to you." And my attorney at that point had advised me not to do that because it could...
I'm going to check as it involves.
Sustained.
So after the officer gives you the shirt and you say you go, what happens after the officer gives you the shirt?
Well, she didn't give me the shirt right away because I didn't want to do it at first, but I was encouraged to. I was encouraged to because I'm just trying to think how to word it. I'm sorry.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. Did the officer encourage you to speak with them?
Yes, she did.
And we're ultimately talking about a law enforcement officer, correct? Sheriff?
She worked for the sheriff's department. She was an officer.
Okay. So when you describe the situation with Mr. Leach, it appeared he came and met you and talked to you about why you should interview before there were any cameras. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. The gentleman from Inside Edition, do you remember his name?
I think his last name was Boyd. I don't remember
Okay.
his first name.
Well, okay, we'll just, the reporter for Inside Edition, did he come meet you and without cameras and try to discuss whether or not you should participate in an interview with his television program?
No, it was just sprung on me.
Okay. So the videotaped recorded interview you saw was the first contact that we saw earlier, was the first contact you had with Inside Edition?
Yeah, the first and only.
Okay. Now, when we began your testimony some days ago, we talked about a quote you had said, and I'm paraphrasing a bit, that no jury would ever convict you. Do you recall that?
Right.
And earlier you described those as being the bitterest words you'll ever have to eat when we began this testimony. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Let me first ask you this comment, no jury would convict you. Why did you say that?
Objection, that's the answer.
Overruled.
Well, you can't convict a dead person, and I plan to be dead long before this ever even got close to trial. That was my hope.
Why did you choose those particular words?
Well, I didn't watch very much TV prior to being arrested, and then after I was arrested, it was on all the time in the same room where I lived, and so there was a TV program on that everyone was watching, and a lawyer on there was talking about a case that they were trying to get somebody indicted, and the prosecutor said no jury will convict, and the way she had said it was very powerful, and it impacted me, and it just stuck in my head. So by this time I think I'd already done the CBS interview. I was similarly confident in that interview that there wouldn't be a conviction. I didn't tell her why, obviously. And then, so by the time this interview came along, it came out more, I thought, more eloquently and more forcefully and more assuredly. But I obviously couldn't say why, because the officer that had escorted me to that interview, the one that encouraged me to do it, would have escorted me elsewhere afterward.
Okay. Now, at this point in time, since since Mr. Alexander's death was discovered, you told one version of events in which you weren't there, and another version of events where intruders came into the home, killed Mr. Alexander, and you escaped. Why did you then now decide to tell us what really happened?
Objection, vouching what really happened. It's telling us something.
Feigned rephrase.
Why did you decide to come forward? All these things that you've been hiding. Mr. Alexander's sexual interests, the sexual relationship, the violence. Why did you feel comfortable coming forth with that information?
Objection, indicating that she was hiding this, assumes facts not in evidence. He started the question by saying,
Overruled. You may answer the question.
It wasn't an overnight decision by any means. From day one, there was a part of me that always wanted to, but didn't dare do that. I would rather have gone to my grave without confirming that I could have done something like that. extremely ashamed of it. It wasn't in line with who I was or how I had been living my life all the way up to that point. So as the years went by, however, I began to, it feels very fraudulent from day one, especially when there are so many nice people reaching out to you and they believe you or they believe in you. It just feels, it doesn't feel right. It feels fraudulent, it feels wrong. My family also remained very supportive and told me that it doesn't matter what happens, we love you anyway. And I realized at that point that even if I told the truth, that they would still be there and they wouldn't walk away. So it was around, it evolved. It was a process that happened over a long period of time, but by the time the spring 2010 rolled around, I confessed.
You what?
Confessed.
Well, you say confessed. What do you mean by confess?
I basically told everyone what I could remember of the day, and that the intruder story was all BS, pretty much.
That's all the questions I have, Judge.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask that you go back to the jury room. We will be with you shortly.
Please stand for the jury.
The record will show the jury has left the courtroom. Please be seated. Ms. Arias, you may step down. For those of you seated in the back of the courtroom, we are going to be handling a matter in a closed proceeding for the rest of the day. Court will convene again tomorrow morning at 10:30. We are in recess. Counsel, I will see you in chambers.
Please rise for the jury.
Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. Ms. Arias, you are still under oath. Do you understand?
Yes.
Mr. Martinez, you may cross-examine the witness.
Ma'am, take a look at Exhibit 413. You recognize that exhibit, correct?
Yes.
And that's a picture of you, correct?
Yes.
Right here? And the other one is a picture of your dumb sister, Angela, correct?
That's my sister. She's not dumb.
Well, do you remember having a conversation with Travis Alexander back on May 10th of 2008?
Yes.
And do you remember that you tape recorded that conversation?
Yes.
And during that conversation, isn't it true that you said, but I honestly think, talking about Angela, she's a little bit dumb. You said that, right?
Yes, I called her dumb and stupid.
Did I ask you whether or not you called her stupid, ma'am?
No.
I asked you whether or not you called her dumb, right?
Yes.
Ma'am, take a look at Exhibit 452. Do you recognize the two people there?
Yes.
And this photograph was taken by your camera, correct?
It looks like it.
Well, when you say it looks like it, isn't it part of the same photographs that are involved in Exhibit 413?
I think it is.
Well, Exhibit number 413, that was taken on May 10th, we'll bring it in, of 2008, right?
Yes.
And this photograph here, Exhibit number 413, features the color of your hair, doesn't it?
Yes.
Exhibit 452 also features the color of your hair, doesn't it?
Yes, a different part of my hair.
And this was taken sometime in May of 2008, correct?
This exhibit?
No, Exhibit number 452.
I only remember it was the spring, I think.
Of 2008?
Yes.
I move for the admission of Exhibit 452.
Objection, lack of foundation.
Council approach.
And when you testified, you seemed to get pretty upset about that, right?
I remember getting emotional.
And you indicated that you loved your mother, right?
I do love my mother, yes.
Did you or did you not indicate that you loved your mother? I'm not asking you if you love your mother. I'm asking you if you indicated it.
I don't remember.
Do you have problems with your memory, ma'am?
Sometimes.
So you can tell us, for example, what kind of coffee you bought at Starbucks back on June 3rd of 2008, but you can't tell us what you said yesterday or the day before?
I always got the same drink at Starbucks.
And you can tell us, for example, what type of sex you had with Mr. Alexander many years ago, but you're having trouble telling us what you said a couple of days ago?
When I'm under stress, yeah, it affects my memory.
I thought you said the relationship with Mr. Alexander was very stressful.
Some of the sex wasn't.
Pardon?
Some of the sex wasn't.
So you did enjoy the sex then, is that what you're telling me?
At times I did.
But you did indicate at some point that, as part of your examination, also that Mr. Alexander at some point said something about your grandparents also. Do you remember telling us that?
My grandfather.
Right. That he made some pejorative comment or some bad comment about him, right?
Yes, his name.
Right. And one of the things that seems to be coming out here is that you seem to have a double standard here with regard to making comments about people, don't you?
Yes, I do. I do.
And in fact, it's okay for you to make comments about, for example, Angela and call her dumb and stupid, right?
No,
Well, but you said it, right?
I did.
And we heard on the telephone conversation that you were laughing when you said that, right?
Yeah, it was sentimental, kind of.
You were laughing. You weren't upset when you said it, were you?
No.
And then, when Mr. Alexander says something like, you're going to be like your mother, that's when you get emotional and upset, right?
I did.
And that's when you get upset when he says something about your grandfather, right?
That night I was upset.
And, well, you did get upset, yes or no?
No, because I was already upset.
Well, you didn't get upset on the witness stand when you told us about
Oh, yeah,
that?
on the witness stand, certainly.
And so it just seems that it's okay unless it's okay to say these things unless it's Mr. Alexander that's saying them, right? So
No,
you're
that's not
applying a
what I'm
different
saying.
standard to Mr. Alexander, correct?
No.
Yes or no?
No.
And ma'am, one of the other things that we know with regard to this standard applying and that sort of thing is back yesterday, as a matter of fact, you told us that back in August of 2007, you went over to Mr. Alexander's house. Do you remember telling us that?
Yes.
And you remember telling us that at that time you were broken up with Mr. Alexander, right?
Yes, I had broken up with him.
Well, You broken up with him or he'd broken up with you? One of the two, right?
I broke up with him
All right.
about a month
And
before.
you broke up with him on June 29th of 2007, right?
Yes,
But you felt that it was okay for you to go over to his house in August of 2007, didn't you?
after he told me, yes.
Yes or no? Did you feel it was okay to go over to his house?
I said yes.
And when you went over to his house, you indicated that you knocked or you did something and that nobody came to the door, right?
I went to his house a lot in August, so it depends on the
Ma'am,
incident
I'm
you're
talking
referring
about the
to.
incident that you told us about yesterday. Do you remember the one that you related that involved the killing? Do you remember telling us about that?
I did not knock.
And you did go over there, and at some point you started to peep in to the house, didn't you?
Yes,
So that means that you don't know if you knocked, though, right?
I did not knock. I know I did not.
So you went around the back then to look, right?
I went around the back to get in.
You went around the back then, right?
Yes,
And when you went around the back, you're telling us you went around the back to get in, right?
yes,
But when you got to the back to get in, you started to look at what was going on, right?
I glanced in as I was walking to the sliding glass door.
You did walk in and you were looking at what was going on, right?
I did not walk in.
Then you were from outside looking in, right?
Yes.
Never went in, right?
No, I ran out of the backyard.
You never went in, yes or no?
I said no.
And when you went and looked, you saw something that upset you, right?
Yes.
You saw Mr. Alexander, right?
I didn't know it was him at first,
Yes
but
or
yes,
no? Did
that
you
was
see
him.
him during that encounter?
Objection, she's asking a question.
Overruled. Answer the question.
I did. I said no.
Pardon?
I didn't know it was him at first.
You didn't see him when you were there that night?
I did afterward, yes.
That night, ma'am, listen to my question. That night, did you see Mr. Alexander inside that house? Yes or no?
Yes.
And inside that house, there was a female, right?
Yes.
What's the name of the female?
He didn't tell me her name.
I'm asking that. Did I ask you if he told you the name?
No.
So, did you recognize her?
No, I did not.
And he was there with the female, though. You were able to see her face, though, right?
Yes, sort of.
Well, yes or sort of means two different things. Yes or no? Were you able to see her face or not?
Part of it was shadowed from the
Yes or
TV
no,
behind
ma'am?
her, so I
Ma'am,
saw part of it.
Judge, she's not answering my question. If you could instruct her.
Ms. Arias, listen carefully to the question and answer only the question you are asked.
Okay.
You may continue.
Could you see her face? Yes or no?
Part of it.
But you were able to see that they were making out, right?
Oh, yeah, they were.
And so is that a yes? They were making out, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
And part of what you also saw was that her brassiere was off, right?
I did not see that. I just saw her rehook her bra.
Pardon?
I didn't see it all the way off. It just saw
You
her
indicated that you saw her hooking the brassiere back on, right? You
She
told us
was
that
rehooking
yesterday,
it.
yes?
She was rehooking it, yes.
So you did tell us that yesterday, right?
Yes.
So that means that at least that her bra was unhooked, right?
It was unhooked.
And you stood there and they stood up in reaction to something that you did? Is that what you're telling us?
No,
They didn't see you.
they didn't see me.
But you saw, so what happened then is you actually were watching what they were doing then, right?
Briefly, yes.
Did I ask you for how long, ma'am?
No,
I asked you if you stood there and watched them, right?
no.
You didn't stand there and watch them?
I didn't stand there. I saw it and then I turned and ran out of the backyard.
But you saw enough to know that they were kissing, right?
Yes.
You used the term making out, didn't you, yesterday?
Yes.
You were there long enough to see that one of the individuals was Mr. Alexander, not his roommates, right?
Yes.
You were able to see that it was a female, right?
Yes.
You were able to see that the bra was unhooked, right?
Yes.
And the lights weren't on, right?
There was a light.
Well, didn't you indicate that it was like a TV kind of light?
That
you saw?
light. Yes.
Right? So there was no light, there was a television that was on, right?
That's light.
Ma'am, was it a light or was it a television that was on?
It was light from a television screen.
So, are you saying that it was the television that was on then?
Yes.
And from that light, you were able to make all of this out, correct?
Yes.
No other light was on, right?
Not that I recall.
And then you decided to leave, right?
Yes.
And this was at the point that you were living very close to Mr. Alexander, right?
No.
Well, you were living within 10 miles of him, weren't you?
I was living by Greenfield and Broadway. I don't know the length.
How long would it take you to drive it?
About 15 minutes, depending on traffic.
And after you saw this, one of the things that you did was that you took off, right?
Yes,
And then you thought about it, right?
of course. Mhm.
And you felt strongly enough about this that the next day you called your father, right?
I called my parents' house and my dad
Yes or
answered.
no, you spoke to your father.
I did speak to him.
And you were crying, right?
Yes,
And you were upset about this, right?
Yes.
And you told him why you were upset, right?
yes.
I thought you said before that you didn't discuss these issues involving you and Mr. Alexander.
Not typically.
Not typically. You said you didn't yesterday and all the days before. You remember telling us that?
The violence, yes.
Oh, I see. So, but you did discuss the fact that you saw him kissing with somebody else with your father, right?
Yes,
And as a result of that, you decided to go talk to Mr. Alexander about it, right?
yes.
What in the world gave you the right to go talk to an ex-boyfriend with who, according to you, you'd broken up with? What right do you have to do that?
Objection, Your Honor, so argumentative.
Sustained.
Ma'am, did you feel that you could go and talk to him about that?
Of course.
Why? Weren't you broken up?
Yes.
You were being territorial about him, weren't you?
No.
Oh, you weren't? Then why in the world would you even care what he was doing?
Because he was trying to court me back.
That's you telling us that he was trying to court you back. If he's trying to court you back, you could have just walked away at that point, couldn't you?
Yeah, I could have at any time, I guess.
Well, at that point, you could have walked away, right?
Yes.
You didn't need him for his paycheck, right? Because he wasn't giving you money, right?
He was giving me money.
Well, that was for some work, but you could have gotten other work, right?
I guess I could have looked.
You guess. You worked at other places. You know you could have gotten other work, couldn't you?
Not in August. It's very slow season for restaurants.
So you're saying that you were restricted in only getting work at restaurants, that there's no other kind of work that you could get?
Restaurants is,
Yes or no?
I guess that would be no, but I hadn't thought about it.
So then, in addition to that, you were living in your own place, right?
No.
Well, you were living with Mr. Alexander?
No.
You were living elsewhere, weren't you?
Yes.
You were living in another place, right?
Yes.
Where you were paying rent, right?
No.
You weren't paying any rent at all.
Not with Rachel.
So, in other words, it was even better for you. You didn't even have to worry about having to pay the rent then, right?
Yes.
And so, you could have just left that situation alone, but you decided to confront him anyway, right?
Of course.
And the reason that you did it is because you were jealous, right?
No.
And then you did talk to him about this issue, correct?
Yes.
And he got upset with you, right?
No.
He didn't get upset and scream and run upstairs? Isn't that what you told us yesterday?
Yes, he did.
So, ma'am, to go back to this issue involving the text messages, one of the things that you told us was that there was a text message that you sent to somebody by the name of Steve Carroll, right?
Yes.
And that it was a two-part text message, right?
Yes.
In this two-part text message, one part ended up going to Mr. Alexander, right?
Yes.
And that he got upset about it, right?
Very yes.
And after he got upset about it, one of the things that he wanted was to see the second part of this text message, right?
Yes.
And so you lied to him at that point, right?
No.
Well, you fabricated a second text message, didn't you?
After that point, yes.
So, are you telling me that fabricating a text message is not a lie?
No, I'm not saying that.
So you did lie to him, Mr. Alexander, right?
Objection, ask and answer.
Yes and no.
So you think that sending him that text message and telling him this is the second part of the text message, that's not a lie even though you fabricated it?
That part was the lie.
And so you then were asked the question, well, how did that make you feel when Mr. Alexander was sending you these text messages involving Mr. Carroll? Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
We're applying a different standard here then, right?
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
With regard to this issue of how you feel, isn't that the same way that you felt when you were peeping in his window in August of 2007? Isn't that the same kind of feeling that you were having
The same as what?
as the one involving Steve Carroll?
I don't know.
You were mad at Mr. Alexander both times, weren't you?
I wasn't mad at Alexander.
You weren't mad at him, or you were upset with him then, right?
At what time?
Either time.
Steve, Carol, no. The girl from Phoenix, yes.
And so it just seems that it's okay for you to lie to him about a guy, but when it comes to him being with some other girl, you decide to confront him, right?
Yes.
And one of the other things that you told us yesterday was that you were monogamous with Mr. Alexander, right?
Sexually monogamous, yes.
Ma'am, you told us you were monogamous, and that's what monogamous means, sexually, doesn't it?
I think it means more than that sometimes.
Well, in this case, monogamous means sexually, doesn't it?
Objection, this characterizes her testimony.
Restate your question.
When you say monogamous, it means sexually, doesn't it?
Which time?
The time that we're talking about right now, involving Mr. Alexander, no other time.
Our relationship evolved, so...
I'm not asking you if it evolved. At the end, right when you killed him, you indicated that you were monogamous with him, right?
Yes.
And at that time, you then left the killing scene, if you will, and you went up to Utah, right?
Yes.
And when you went up to Utah, ma'am, you ended up with somebody by the name of Brian Burns, right?
Yes.
And you ended up in his bed, right?
I think it was a love sack.
Okay, and with regard to at that point, according to you, Mr. Alexander still wasn't dead, was he?
It wasn't discussed.
Well, did I ask you whether or not you discussed it with Mr. Burns? I didn't, did I?
I wasn't talking about Mr. Burns.
I'm asking you, at that time, didn't you tell us yesterday, at the time that you went up to Utah, you weren't sure if he was dead? Do you remember telling us that?
Not in Utah, from the Hoover Dam, or right before the checkpoint.
So, when did you know that he was dead? Tell me that.
Well, I got confirmation of it on June 10th, but
So, okay, if you got confirmation on June 10th, you met with Mr. Burns, what, before June 10th, didn't you?
yes.
You met him on the 5th, right?
Yes.
And so at that point, you didn't know, according to your own story, that Mr. Alexander was dead, right?
I guess I knew. I wasn't accepting it.
You either knew or you didn't. Which one is it, ma'am? Make up your mind, please.
Objection, ask and answer.
Ask another question.
Did you know he was dead when you were Mr. Burns and he were kissing?
Objection, ask and answer. This is the same
Overruled.
question.
Overruled.
Yeah, I think I did.
You think you did, but you're not sure at that point.
I wasn't really in my own mind. I was out of my mind, sort of.
So if you didn't think he was dead, if that portion of you didn't think he was dead, then it's okay for you, at that point, if you didn't think he was dead, to sort of roll around with Mr. Alexander then, with Mr. Burns. Then that was okay, right?
I'm single.
Right? Just like he was on August 7th of 2000, on August 8th of 2000, in August of 2007, right?
Yes.
So it's okay for you, then it should be okay for him, right?
It was okay.
Then why did you confront him the next day if it was okay?
Because he was still courting me. I wanted to know where I stood.
And so because he was still, your definition, courting you, you felt that you deserved an explanation, right?
Yes.
Hadn't you just had intercourse with Mr. Alexander on the 4th of June?
Yes.
And if he was still alive, he would have deserved an explanation then for you being with Mr. Burns, right?
No.
Well, no, aren't we? You're applying a different standard here, aren't you?
No.
You're saying, it's okay for you to confront him about the situation, but not okay for Mr. Alexander to confront you, right?
If he wanted to confront me, it would have been okay.
Ma'am, with regard to the exhibit number 452, It does show you, right? Correct?
Yes.
And it shows again Angela, correct?
Yes.
Shows something else on there though, doesn't it? Doesn't it show your hand?
Yes.
And in fact, let me show you another close-up of that hand.
We have Jodi Foundation.
Please approach.
Yes.
And you can also see the jewelry around your sister's neck.
Yes.
Exhibit 453, correct?
Yes.
And you previously have told us about Exhibit 452 and when it was taken and who's in that photograph, correct?
Yes.
I move for the admission of Exhibit 453.
No objection.
And ma'am, this was also taken according to your testimony on May 15th. Let's take a look at that, of 2008. That's a picture of your left hand, isn't it?
Yes.
And that shows your ring finger, right?
Yes.
Do you remember that you testified that on January 22nd of 2008, you and Mr. Alexander were involved in some sort of violent encounter? Do you remember telling us about that?
Yes.
And you told us that during that encounter, he threw you down. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And while you were down, that he kicked you, right?
Yes.
And when he kicked you, ma'am, one of the things that happened was that you put up your left hand. Do you remember telling us that?
Yes, both hands.
Well, you told us specifically about your left hand, right?
Yes.
And when you went to put up your left hand, according to you, he kicked you and he damaged your ring finger on the left hand, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, you even held it up for us, didn't you?
Yes.
And it was crooked when you showed it to us, wasn't it?
It's bent. Yes.
It's bent. Show us how bent it is again, ma'am. It's higher so we can see it sideways. Ma'am, if he caused that damage on January 22nd of 2008, that would have been before this picture that we have here, which is exhibit number 453. It would have been about 5 months before that, right?
It was before that.
5 months, right?
4.
4 months then, right?
Yes.
You don't have a bent finger here in exhibit 453, do you?
My finger is bent there.
You're saying that your finger is bent there.
Yes. Just
Hold
the
up your
same.
finger again. Sideways so we could also see it.
When my fingers are straightened, this one stays
And
bent.
that's what it looks like, your finger. And you're saying that's what happened on January 22nd of 2008, right?
Yes.
Ma'am, one of the other things involving this particular finger, it seems to have had its run, if you will, of bad things happen to it, right?
This finger?
Yes, the left ring finger.
I don't know.
Well, you talked to Ryan Burns about it, didn't you?
Yes.
And you told him that that finger, the left ring finger, had been damaged, right? Injured, didn't you?
I don't know if it was the left.
You don't remember telling him it was the left ring finger, man?
No.
Do you have a problem with memory?
Occasionally.
And so, some of the things that you've told us, for example, then, about other things in the past, you may have also had problems with your memory then, right?
Yes.
And so, whatever you told us in the past is somewhat suspect then, because your memory may be lacking.
Objection, argumentative.
I only told things I remember clearly that are crystallized in my mind.
With regard to Mr. Burns, you do remember who he was, right?
Yes.
And you do remember that you went over to West Jordan to meet him, right?
Yes.
And you do remember that you did meet him that Thursday, and it was sometime around 11 o'clock in the morning, right?
I think so, yes.
And when you met him, you guys decided to go somewhere to a restaurant for some sort of business meeting, right?
Yes.
And during that time, didn't you have a bandage on your finger?
Yes.
And it was your left finger, wasn't it?
No.
It was your right finger then, right? Is that what you're saying, it was your right finger?
It was 2 right fingers.
So it was your right finger then, right? Ma'am, are you sure that it was your right finger?
It was 2.
Pardon?
2 right fingers.
Do you remember then that you had a conversation with Detective Flores about this issue involving the finger?
Yes.
And do you remember that that was on July 16th of 2008?
Yes.
And do you remember that you told him that on June 4th, you had been over at Mr. Alexander's home, right?
Yes.
And you told him that you were over at Mr. Alexander's home and that some guy and some girl had come in, right?
Yes.
And during whatever happened on June 4th, you told Detective Flores that it was your left finger that had been damaged. Do you remember that?
Yes.
So you did tell that to the detective that it happened on June 4th, right?
Yes.
Does that then refresh your recollection, and we'll play it so that we know what we're talking about?
Objection, she's already been into it.
We moving it in, not for impeachment purposes, just move it in, state versus Atwood.
Approach from counsel.
Permission copy.
Where at?
My hand.
Let me see. Where at?
You actually
show
can't
me?
see it. If you look at my finger isn't the same though. I was
Let me see. Where did I get cut?
conveniently it was right on the crease.
Right there on the crease?
Can you see? Well, it's kind of in purple color, I
This
guess.
one here,
It's
right
compared to
there.
this.
Yeah, right on the crease.
Oh, there's a vein on this one, maybe. I don't know.
Is this one here?
Yeah.
So a slice there.
Yeah.
Just a small one? Or was it pretty deep?
I don't know how deep it was, but my finger hurt for a while.
Okay, so like right in that crease that you... Right, across both of them?
Not my middle finger. It cut this one a little, but not as much. This is where it really went. I don't know how it happened that all these other fingers were missed, but this one, maybe that, I don't know. This one, like I still can't close this finger all the way. It's as close as it goes. Whereas this one goes like that. Also, my CTR ring used to fit both fingers, and I can't get it on this finger anymore.
So they cut pretty deep then?
I guess if you feel it, squeeze it, it just feels like bone, like there's nothing abnormal there. But again, like my CTR ring slides right on this finger, and it used to slide right in off this finger, and I just can't fit a ring on here.
Okay.
It's a bigger size now.
What about this hair? What's that from?
That's my turn.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure. She scratches me a lot.
That tape, or that videotape, right?
Yes.
And that's you having the conversation discussing the left ring finger, right?
Yes.
And you demonstrated to Detective Flores that left ring finger, right?
Yes.
And you told him that this woman, during this attack on June 4th of 2008, cut you right there, didn't you?
Yes.
And you showed him, and the finger, if we look at it there, had the same aspect, or had the same angle to it that your finger does now, doesn't it?
Yes.
Ma'am, the injury to your finger happened on June 4th, 2008, not January 22nd of 2008, did it?
That's not correct.
Ma'am, with regard to the story involving this particular issue, you told us that it happened on January 22nd of 2008, right?
Which issue?
The left ring finger.
Yes.
You then discussed it, or there was this issue with Ryan Burns, right?
Which issue?
The cut finger.
The cut finger, yes.
And
2
then
cut fingers.
on July 16th of 2008, you discussed it with Detective Flores, right?
Yes.
One of the things that you told Mr. Burns was that you cut it at Margaritaville while you were working there, right?
No, I did not say
You
that.
never told him that then, right?
I said at work.
So you never told him at Margaritaville then, right?
No, he said that.
Right, but you never told him that you cut it at Margaritaville, right?
No.
You told him that you cut it at work then, right?
Yes.
And then when you spoke to Detective Flores, you gave him a different story. You didn't say that it was cut at work. You told him that it was cut some other way, right?
Yes.
And then you testified about it in this court, right?
Yes.
And you gave us another story of how this happened, right?
No.
Well, do you remember that you testified that you were at Mr. Alexander's home on June 4th of 2008 at the sink? Do you remember telling us that?
Yes.
And do you remember telling us that you dropped the glass in Mr. Alexander's house?
June 4th?
Whatever date you were there at Mr. Alexander's house.
I broke more than one glass at his house.
Ma'am, do you remember testifying yesterday about how you suffered this injury to your finger? Yes or no?
Not this finger.
No? Do you remember testifying that involving your finger, your left ring finger, yesterday, as a matter of fact, that was cut when you dropped the glass when you were at Mr. Alexander's house on the day that you killed him?
I did not indicate my left finger. I said my
Oh, so you
finger.
were saying it was your right finger that you cut in Mr. Alexander's house then, right?
It was my right finger, yes.
So, throughout this whole thing, Mr. Burns, when he indicated what finger it was, he was mistaken. Well, not he was mistaken. You're saying you never told Mr. Burns that it was the right finger that you cut, right?
We didn't discuss which hand.
Okay, so you never indicated to him in any way, shape, or form that it was the right finger.
Objection, ask and answer.
Sustained.
And this issue of the 22nd of January 22nd, when you injured, when you say that you were injured, you kept a journal, didn't you? You kept the journal, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
And you didn't write in it all the time, but you wrote in it some of the time, right?
Frequently, yes.
Frequently. And you were writing about what was going on in your life back in January of 2008, right?
Yes.
And you would write about things that were significant to you, right?
Some things.
Right. And in fact, with regard to this particular journal, you knew that you could almost write anything that you wanted in it because it was going to stay private, right?
No.
Well, ma'am, let me show you, or let me mark one of them as an exhibit. take a look at Exhibit 242.001. Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
And that's your journal, right?
Sure is.
I'm going to have it back. Take a look at the entry, and just read it to yourself, on Sunday, August 26th of 07.
The whole entry?
Just read the first 5 lines. 6 lines.
Yes.
You wrote that, right?
Yes.
Take a look at exhibit number 455. Is this a true and accurate copy of those 5 or 6 lines?
Yes.
And you wrote that back on August 26th of 07, right?
Yes.
I may have that back, please. Move for the admission of exhibit number 455.
Just this one entry.
Yes, just that one entry of August 26th of '07.
Okay.
I know you have two entries, but the first entry is the one we're talking about.
Yeah, it looks like I have 3 on that day.
So have you read the first entry that involves this particular snippet?
Yes.
Thank you.
Objection, Your Honor. Let's read all entries before answering the questions from August.
Overruled.
This journal and your journals were meant to be private, right?
Yes.
And that's what it says there. Well, I guess it's a good thing that nobody else reads this, because I write right now that I love Travis Victor Alexander so completely that I don't know any other way to be, correct? That's what it says.
Yes.
Do you remember when we started talking this morning that we talked about an incident where you went over to his house?
Yes.
And this was the incident that you referenced involving the killing, right? That it went through your head, right?
You're talking about the incident in August 2007?
Right, exactly.
Yes.
And that incident in August of 2007, where you went over and peeked inside of his house, happened before this entry here of Sunday, August 26th of '07, right?
Objection, mischaracterizes the testimony saying peep.
What was the last thing you said?
He said, by saying peep.
Restate your question.
When you looked inside the house.
Yes, it did happen before this entry.
Right, and so really the reason why you confronted Mr. Alexander was not because he owed you an explanation or anything like that. The reason you confronted him back in August of 2007 was because you were in love with him and you didn't want to let him go, right?
Objection, argumentative.
Overruled.
That's not right. But I was in love with him.
Yes, you did write this though, didn't you?
Yes.
Now, you kept more than one journal, you kept a number of journals, right?
I kept one journal at a time.
Okay. Let's take a look at another journal.
Objection, we approach.
You recognize it, right?
Yes.
Why don't you open it up and look through it?
Pardon?
2.002. That's your writing in throughout that whole journal, right?
Yes.
Okay, let me get it back. There is an entry for Thursday, January 24th, 2008, right?
Yes.
Let's just take a look at it. See that?
Yes.
Let me mark another exhibit for you. Take a look at exhibit 456. The exhibit that you have in front of you, that's the whole entry for January 24th of 2008, correct?
I believe it is for this single one, yes.
There are other entries, but that's the complete entry for that one, correct?
Yes.
Because it's written in blue ink, right?
Yes.
And the other ones are written in black ink, right?
Yes, the one following.
I move for the admission of exhibit number 456.
Do we approach?
Exhibit number 242002. We talked about the entry of January 24th of 2008. Take a look at this journal. And isn't it true that the previous, in terms of chronological time, that the previous entry is on January 20th of 2008?
Yes,
So there's a gap of 4 days between the time you wrote on January 20th and on January 24th of 2008, right?
yes,
Nothing in between, correct?
not in the journal.
I'm asking about the journal, ma'am.
That's
Is there
correct.
anything else in front of you?
Ask and answer, Your Honor, and argumentative.
Sustained.
In the journal, ma'am, there are no other entries between January 20th of 2008 and January 24th of 2008, right?
Yes,
If we then take a look at Exhibit 456, let's see what you wrote on Thursday, January 24th of 2008. You wrote, I haven't written because there has been nothing noteworthy to report, correct?
yes,
Didn't you tell us, involving the finger, that this injury to your left finger, when Mr. Alexander went to kick you, that happened on January 22nd of 2008?
yes, it did.
And yet you write here that nothing noteworthy has happened, right?
Yes,
And then you also write that you turned down 4 offers for a date on Friday night, right?
yes,
You were free to date and so was he, right?
yes,
And then you finish it out by talking about going up to the snow, right? See that?
yes,
You're going to go up there skiing, you crossed it out, and you just are going to go up to the snow, right?
yes.
Did you go skiing?
No, I don't ski.
Pardon?
I don't ski. No, I didn't go.
All right. The entry of January 20th of 2008, take a look at exhibit number 242.002. Count the pages, please.
The The pages between the two?
No, just your entry of Sunday, January 20th, 2008. Do you want me to show you where it is?
I have it. It's 4 and a few lines.
And it starts on the lower left-hand corner with 3 lines if you count the date, indicating January 20th of 2008, right?
Yes, I'm sorry, I misspoke. It's 5 pages and a few lines.
And in it, one of the things that you talk about is this issue involving Lonnie's baptism, right?
I haven't read it. Can I read it?
Sure, go ahead.
I moved away from Lonnie, so if you want me to finish it, if you're going to ask me about the rest of the entry, I can read the
I'm
rest.
asking you about reading the whole entry of Sunday, June
Okay.
20th of 2008. Go
Okay.
ahead and finish it.
Yes,
It does talk about Lonnie's baptism, right?
yes,
And previously, when you testified, you indicated that the reason you missed Lonnie's baptism is because you and Mr. Alexander were involved in a sexual liaison, right?
yes,
And this was a sexual liaison where the pop rocks and the Tootsie Pops were involved, right? That's what you said, right?
I'd have to reference dates.
Well, why don't I show you a copy of the transcript then, and see if that refreshes your recollection as to what you told us on February 12th.
I would appreciate that.
All right, I will. Starting on page 5. Bottom, read that
Would you like me to read it out loud?
to yourself.
Just the highlighted portion?
Nope, just keep reading it.
Okay. Starting at the bottom, right?
Right.
We would object to any questions and services for the entire transcript.
That's not illegal. I can respond if you want. It's not a legal basis.
Approach.
Have you read the entire transcript that deals with the sexual encounter involving the Pop Rocks and the Tootsie Pops?
Yes, I started where you highlighted and
Well,
finished it.
Read it above it. Does that have anything to do with the Tootsie Pops or the Rock Pops?
Okay,
Does the upper portion have anything to do with it? or no?
yes.
Why don't you read the previous page just to make sure that we covered everything involving that particular encounter?
As you can, yes, you instructed the allowed to read the entire transcript.
Granted.
There's nothing about the Pop Rocks on this page.
There is nothing before that, correct?
Yes.
Again, Judge, I'm going to fix the question. She's read the entire transcript. I don't believe she has at this point.
Read the entire transcript.
I think that's the entire transcript.
Irrespective of the date that we're talking about, whether it was January 20th or January 21st or January 22nd, you do reference the Pop Rocks and Tootsie Pops sexual incident by reference to Lonnie's baptism, right?
Yes.
The journal entry of January 20th of 2008 also references Lonnie's baptism, doesn't it? Take a look at
Yes.
Exhibit 458. This is 458.
Yes.
And that's a true and accurate copy in front of you, the excerpt of what's in your journal involving Lonnie's baptism and the sexual encounter, isn't it?
Yeah, let me make sure I'm just referring to the same day in my journal.
Well, let's take a look at it. Let me have that. The first entry is identical on the first page that indicates Sunday, January 20th, 2008, correct?
Yes, that's when I wrote the entry.
Okay. Then, as we continue on, there is the entry involving the baptism, right? Do you see that? Let's start that entry is there involving Lonnie's baptism.
Yes, I just don't know if I'm referencing the 20th on that part of the entry.
Ma'am, is there any other intervening date between the January 20th of 2008 where we started and the very end where you put JA? Is there any other date in it?
That I did.
Yes or no?
There might be, I haven't.
Well, why don't you take a look? Let's take a look at the first page. first page starts Sunday, January 20th, 2008, doesn't it?
When I wrote it, yes.
Does it start out saying Sunday, January 20th, 2008, yes or no?
Yes.
And isn't it true that it starts out in black ink, right?
Yes.
And then it continues on in blue ink, right?
Yes.
And it flows, doesn't it? It says the words flow from what's at the bottom there to the next page, don't they?
Yes.
So then when we go to the bottom of it, the next page is also in blue ink, right?
Yes.
In the next page, there is no other date reference, is there?
Objection, she says she needs to review it before she can answer
She's
the question.
looking at it.
Overruled. You may review it.
Thank you.
No, ma'am. Don't turn the page. I just want you to look at that next page to see if you see a date.
Objection, Your Honor, she says she needs to review it.
Oh, that's not the question. Overruled.
I didn't write a date.
No, there is no date on there, is there?
No.
Okay, let's turn the page. And that page is also in blue ink, right?
Yes.
And there is no date on that next page, is there?
That's correct.
Then let's look at the page following that. That page, where you have your left hand on, that's also in blue ink. No, you turn the page, go back. That's also in blue ink, correct?
Yes.
And there is no date on there either, is there?
That's correct.
Let's turn the page. And then on the next page, that's also in blue ink, correct?
Yes.
And there's no date on that either, right?
That is correct.
The next page after that contains the initials JA, right?
Yes.
That's for Jodi Arias, correct?
Yes.
And that's also in blue ink, correct?
Yes.
And there's no date in that one, is there?
There is not.
And if you turn the page, go ahead. There's an entry for January 24th of 2008, right?
Yes.
We can then go back, turn the page once. We're looking at the entry that says JA on it, right?
Yes.
We go to the previous page, the one that you're pointing to. It does start, if I may have it back, with a word that's in quotations, right?
Yes.
Exhibit number 458 includes that particular portion of the entry in quotations, right?
Yes.
And if we go to the previous page, at the bottom of the page, it's also in blue ink, right?
Yes.
The entry that I'm showing you now includes that last paragraph, right?
Second to last.
Second to last paragraph. Well, if you take a look at the bottom, you see that there's a word
Oh, I
that's...
apologize. You're correct.
Okay? So, in essence, what we're talking about is that the one with the word that's crossed out then travels on to the next page, and that's what's included in this entry, correct? In Exhibit 458, right?
Yes.
Along with the first page that includes the date, right?
Yes.
And the entry, or Exhibit 458, references Lonnie's baptism, right?
Yes.
Look for the admission of Exhibit 458.
No, this appears to be several pages, but...
All right, you need some additional time. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take the noon recess at this time. Please be back in the jury room at 1:25. Remember the admonition. Have a nice lunch. You are excused.
All rise.
The record will show the jury has left the courtroom. Ms. Arias, you may step down. Mr. Nurmi, you need some additional time. You may be seated in the back of the courtroom. You need some additional time?
Yes, Judge, this is several pages and excerpts have been removed.
Take it up at 1:25. We're at recess. Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. Exhibit 458 is admitted. Mr. Martinez, you may continue with cross-examination.
Madam, when we left off, we were talking about the issue involving the Tootsie Pops and the Pop Rocks, and that can be referenced involving somebody named Lonnie and their baptism, correct?
Yes.
And regardless of whether it happened on a Sunday or a Thursday, that's the same incident because you missed Lonnie's baptism, right?
Yes.
Exhibit 458 is the entry for Sunday, January 20th, 2008. Do you see that?
Yes.
And it starts out, well, I'm at the Institute building, Dobson and Southern, the sister missionaries, correct?
Yes.
There are some 2 blank pages and then a third page that begins and says, so I went to the church building and met with the sisters and gave them a ride to the Institute building where I am now, correct?
Yes.
That's part of the same entry for that January 20th, 2008 date, correct?
Yes.
There are no, in the whole body of that particular entry, there are no other dates mentioned, correct?
There's another day reference, but not a date.
I'm asking dates, aren't I? Right?
It's implied. It is referenced.
No, I'm asking dates. Do you see anywhere in those 5 or 6 pages another date?
Yes.
Show me where there is another DATE date in Exhibit 242.002.
I'm counting this as a date where it says Thursday.
It says Thursday night, though, doesn't it?
Yes.
It doesn't say a date, does it?
No.
And we're getting to it when it says Thursday. That's at the lower right-hand corner of this exhibit number 458, correct?
That's correct.
And your testimony involving the Pop Rocks, exhibit number 457, does indicate that you thought it was a Thursday, right?
Yes.
You indicated previously that you were having trouble remembering it. Did this exhibit refresh your recollection?
Yes.
And so you're indicating I'm sitting with next to Sisters Knight, who's totally trying to read this, and Lonnie, who was just confirmed today, right?
Yes.
And that's the Lonnie that we've been talking about, right?
Yes.
He was baptized Thursday night, which is the date that is referenced in your previous testimony, right?
Right.
Shame on me. I was, quote unquote, wrapped up in other activities that pulled me away from attending the baptism. And the reason that's in quotes is because you're trying to get across something else other than being wrapped up, right?
Yes,
You're trying to get across that this involved a liaison or a sexual liaison with Travis Alexander, right?
yes,
And you said namely work, but then getting prepped to go to Travis's house for the night, where we explored every naughty fantasy we could conjure up in our fruitful imaginations that we haven't already fulfilled with one another. I love him, I really do, right?
yes,
And the fantasy that you're talking about involved the Tootsie Pops and Pop Rocks, correct?
part of it did, yes.
Part of it, well, ma'am, this transcript that we talked about only talks about the Tootsie Pops and Pop Rocks, doesn't it?
No, it mentions bubble bath,
It mentions what?
the bubbles.
And the bubble bath is part of the Tootsie Pops and Pop Rocks, right?
They were separate the same night.
Same night, is that how this reads, ma'am? The transcript, is that how it reads?
I don't know if it reads that way, but
Well,
that's
then
what it
take a
is.
look at 459, which is the partial transcript, and see if that's how it reads, that it's different.
Different how? I don't know.
Well, the way you were trying to tell me that it was different, that it talks about a different sequence of events.
Yes, it references two different sequences.
Which do you see?
Events.
Are you talking about the issue involving the bathtub?
Yes,
Isn't that part of the Tootsie Pops and Pop Rocks engagement, if you will?
not in the bathtub.
It didn't happen on the same day, ma'am?
Same day, yes.
Same encounter?
Yes, I guess.
Well, no, what I'm saying is, did he ejaculate twice that night?
Yes,
So, are you saying that when you were involved in the bathtub, that was hours later than the Tootsie Pops and Pop Rocks? Is that what you're saying?
no,
It was part of the same encounter, wasn't it?
yes, I guess.
When you keep saying, I guess, you were there though, right?
Yeah, I was there.
And you were enjoying it, weren't you?
Yes,
And you enjoyed the Tootsie Pops and the Pop Rocks, correct?
I enjoyed his attention.
No, I want to know if you enjoyed the Tootsie Pops and the Pop Rocks. I'm not asking you about his attention.
Overruled.
I can't say enjoy would be the right word.
Well, so what you're saying is, when we talk about the Tootsie Pops and the Pop Rocks, you're saying you didn't enjoy it, did not enjoy it,
I'm not
correct?
saying that either.
Well, there can't be a middle ground. You either enjoyed it or you didn't, right?
That's not correct.
Oh, so you can go, in your view, you can go through an act and not enjoy it, but also enjoy it. What are you trying to say?
Am I allowed to tell you what I'm trying to say?
I want to know whether or not you enjoyed it.
I wouldn't characterize it that way.
So you're saying you did not enjoy it? Just want to be
If
clear.
you're speaking only in the context of the Tootsie Pops and the
And
Pop
the Pop
Rocks,
Rocks, sure.
I wouldn't call it enjoyed.
You would not say that you enjoyed it, right?
I would not say enjoyed.
And if we then take a look, though, at exhibit number 458, which references that encounter involving Lonnie, right?
Lonnie, no. You mean,
It didn't involve the baptism involving Lonnie?
I don't understand your
Well, then
question.
let's just take a look at it, okay? We're talking about, irrespective of the date, we've referenced it as Lonnie's baptism. Just for point of reference. You remember we talked about that, right?
That's right.
During this encounter that we've been calling Lonnie's baptism, there were some Pop Rocks and Tootsie Pops that were involved, right?
No, Lonnie's baptism did not involve Tootsie Pops and Pop Rocks.
Ma'am, we both know what we're talking about. This journal references Lonnie's baptism, doesn't it?
Yes,
And you missed Lonnie's baptism, right?
yes,
And the reason you missed Lonnie's baptism is because you were having a Tootsie Pop placed somewhere, right?
Yes, that's one of the reasons.
Okay, and this exhibit here, exhibit number 458, does say that you explored every naughty fantasy we could conjure up in our fruitful imaginations that we haven't already fulfilled with one another, right?
Yes.
This doesn't say that you didn't enjoy it, does it?
No.
It does say you did enjoy it, doesn't it?
I don't see the word enjoy in there.
No, did I say the word enjoy was in there?
Yes. You
I
said
did
it
say
said
the
I
word was
enjoyed
enjoyed
it.
there? It says you explored every naughty fantasy we could conjure up in our fruitful imaginations. You're saying that having a fruitful imagination, that's not enjoyment, is what you're saying, right?
I'm not saying that.
And you're saying that every naughty fantasy, that's a bad thing, right? That's what you're saying.
I'm not saying that.
Well, the Pop Rocks were part of this naughty fantasy, weren't they?
Part of it, yes.
And they were part of fulfilling your imaginations, right?
His imagination, yes.
Oh, so it wasn't, so even though you wrote it, he didn't write this, did he?
I wrote it.
That's right, and those are your words, right?
Yes.
And so even though you say, haven't already fulfilled with one another these fruitful imaginations and all of that stuff, well, that doesn't really mean what it says. Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying that.
Well, it doesn't distinguish between Pop Rocks and it doesn't distinguish between Tootsie Pops, does it?
No, it doesn't.
And yet you're saying here that they are different, right?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
What you're saying goes against what's written there, doesn't it?
No, it does not go against it.
Where? Show me here. Point it out where it says, I did not enjoy the Tootsie Pop encounter. Does it say that
I didn't
anywhere
write
there?
anything like that in my journal.
It doesn't say anything there like that, does it?
That's correct.
And it doesn't say anything there that you did not enjoy the Pop Rocks encounter, does it?
That's right.
And nothing prevented you from writing that in there, right?
That's right.
And you could have written anything that you wanted. It's not like you didn't have pens, right?
Yeah, that's right.
And you had enough space to write it because we know there was an entry after that, right?
Yes.
And it's a situation where you considered this to be a secret kind of thing so that if you wrote whatever you wanted there, you had a reasonable expectation that it would remain private, right?
Reasonable.
Which means you had an expectation that it would remain private, right?
More hope.
Well, you were living with another individual, I think you said Rachel, correct?
Not at this date.
Okay, where were you living?
I was living at 9634 East Nido Avenue in East Mesa.
Is that an apartment or were you renting a room?
I was renting a room.
And in that room that you rented, you kept this journal, right?
Yes.
So, no one really had any authority to go into your room, right?
That's not right.
Well, are you saying that people in that house went through your journal? Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying that.
So you did have an expectation that your journal would remain private there, right?
While it was at home, yes.
So you're saying that somebody broke in and looked at your journal? Is that what you're saying?
No, because that would be at home.
Well, you kept your journal at home, didn't you?
I took it everywhere with me.
And so what you're saying is if you went somewhere, it could have fallen into the wrong hands. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
You never reported to the police that your journal ever went. Anybody ever looked at your journal, correct?
I don't think that's a crime, so no, I didn't.
Well, ma'am, did I ask you if it was a crime?
No, you didn't.
Are you a lawyer? Do you know what a crime is and what isn't?
I have a pretty good idea, but I'm not an attorney.
And so, if somebody broke into your house and read your journal, you're saying, you wouldn't report it because you wouldn't think that was a crime, right?
That's right. Not the breaking and entering part, just the reading the journal part.
Oh, so now you're drawing a distinction, but isn't this where this journal was kept most of the time? With you in your home?
No, I misunderstood what you said.
Overruled.
My understanding was that you were talking about if somebody was looking in my journal, if I would have reported that. No, I would not have reported somebody reading my journal to the police.
part of this encounter that you had involving the Tootsie Pops also involved braids, correct?
Yes.
And you have a definite opinion on the braids, don't you?
Yes, I have an opinion.
And you think they're hot, don't you?
I guess.
Well, no, you're the person that knows. We don't want you to guess. You think that the braids are hot, don't you?
I think cute is more appropriate.
Ma'am? Let's take a listen then. I'll have this marked as an exhibit. It's part of the conversation that you had with Mr. Alexander back on May 10th of 2008. I'll mark it. I'll have you listen to it to see whether or not that is your voice and whether or not we're talking about the braids. This is exhibit 460.
Judge, has this been admitted?
It has not. She's going to lay the foundation for it. Right?
Jury can't hear it.
You know what I really liked is when we were in the bath with the candles, I had braids,
Yes, there's an objection.
bubbles, that's on top of it.
Oh, I love the braids.
You know what I really liked is when we were in the bath with the candles and I had the braids. Some of her bubbles, that's on top of it.
Oh, I love the braids.
I know, those are hot.
That was your voice, right?
Yes.
And you're talking about braids, right?
Yes.
And you're talking about how much you like them, right?
Yes.
And you're also saying that they're hot, right?
Yes.
And this encounter involving the Pop Rocks and Tootsie Pops also involved braids, right?
Yes.
So you enjoyed those braids, right?
I don't, it's not a yes or no answer.
Well, we did hear you saying that you enjoyed them, right? Do you want to hear it again?
No.
You did hear that, right?
I said I like them.
When you say that you like them, isn't it true that that means that there's something that's enjoyable?
Yes.
Right? And you also said that they were hot, right?
Yes.
So during your sexual encounters with Mr. Alexander, if you wore braids, you thought they were hot and you liked them, right?
I liked his attention.
Yes, both hot and liked him.
Restate the question.
When you were with Mr. Alexander, isn't it true If you wore braids, you liked it, liked them.
Yes.
And with regard to the braids, isn't it true that when you were with Mr. Alexander, you thought the braids were hot?
Okay.
Oh no, I'm not asking for an okay. I'm asking for you to tell me the truth. What is it that you believe?
I believe that he thought it was hot, so it was hot.
So what you're saying here, with regard to exhibit number 460, and that telephone call that was played during your direct examination, you're saying you lied?
No?
Well, you want to listen here when you say that they're hot?
I just heard it.
Right. And it doesn't say anything about you doing this for Mr. Alexander anywhere, does it?
No, that's implied.
It's implied. Let's listen to it and see where it's implied.
You know what I really liked is when we were in the bath with the candles and I had the braids. And some were bubbles. And I was on top of,
Oh, I love the braids.
I know if they're hot.
That's your voice, right?
Yes, and Travis's.
Did I ask you if that was Travis's voice, ma'am?
I didn't know which voice you were talking about.
Did I ask you if that was Travis's voice?
No.
We're talking about your voice. That was your voice, right?
Yes.
And you do say that those braids are hot, right?
Yes.
And you said it because you believed it, right?
Yes.
These two entries that we have here, these journal entries. Exhibit number 456. You start them out by dating them at the upper left-hand corner of each of that one, which is exhibit 456, and 458. You also date it on the upper left-hand corner, or the left-hand corner. Do you see that?
Yes.
And you've already told us that there are no dates in between the Sunday 12008 and Thursday 12408, correct?
Correct.
And you looked at the journal, right?
Yes.
There are no entries between those two dates, right?
That's right.
And it's fair to say that September 22nd of 2008 falls between this gap here, correct?
Correct.
And nowhere do you mention either in this January 24th of 08 or January 20th of 08 document, you don't mention anything about this physical encounter with Mr. Alexander that you told us happened on January 22nd of 2008, do you?
No, I would have never.
I'm not asking if you would ever. Do you mention it there?
I said no.
And with regard to not mentioning it there, nothing stopped you from mentioning it, right?
Yes, something did stop me.
So you're saying that somebody held your hand and stopped you from writing that?
I'm not saying that.
Are you saying that somebody came into your house and stole your journals and said, you know, and took whatever was the journal there, so that took the journal so you couldn't write in it?
I'm not saying that.
You had the ability to write in it, right?
Yes.
You had the free will to write in it, didn't you?
Yes.
And there is nothing there, correct?
Referencing that incident?
Pardon?
Do you mean referencing that incident?
I can't hear what you're saying.
Do you mean referencing that incident? There's nothing there regarding
Right,
that?
there's nothing referencing that incident between those two dates, is there?
There is not.
The reason it's not there is because it didn't happen, right?
That's not right.
You do say in exhibit number 456, I haven't written because there has been nothing noteworthy to report, right?
That's right.
So to you, getting this injury to the left ring finger, that's no big deal then, right?
That's not what it
saying?
says.
Pardon?
That's not what it says.
I'm not asking you what it says, I'm asking you what you think. It's no big deal to you then, right? Right?
That's not right.
Well, you came in, you told us about it, right? But it's not written in your journal, right?
No.
You didn't call the police, right?
No.
You didn't get any medical care for it, right?
Not professional medical care.
Ma'am, did you go to a doctor to get it looked at?
No.
Did you go to a hospital to get it looked at?
No.
Did you go to a friend's house or an acquaintance to tell them about it?
Definitely not.
And with regard to the conversation that you had with Detective Flores back on July 16th of 2008, you didn't tell him anything about that, did you?
No, definitely not.
In fact, you gave him a different story, didn't you?
Yes.
You told him something about these two people and how you got that injury to that finger, right?
Yes.
So you're saying that what you told the detective there was a lie?
Yes.
So you, in your view, when do you decide to tell the truth? When you're in this court and no place else? Is that what I'm hearing from you?
No.
I mean, just because you're in this court doesn't mean you have to tell the truth. I mean, that's what you're telling us, right?
That's not what I'm telling anyone.
Ma'am, nothing has stopped you from telling this story ever, correct?
That's not correct.
You have free will, don't you?
Yes, I do.
Nothing the detective did stopped you from telling him, right?
Flores, no.
Nothing stopped. You had a car back then, didn't you?
When?
When this supposedly happened, January 22nd of 08.
Yes.
You could have driven yourself to a hospital, right?
Yes.
You could have. Do you remember telling us about an incident that occurred in August of 2007 where you caught Mr. Alexander kissing some other girl, right?
Yes.
And you told us that, well, with regard to that incident, I called my father, right?
Yes.
And you told him some things about what you had seen and what had happened the day before, right?
Yes.
Nothing would have stopped you from calling your father to tell him that, right?
Well, sorry, I'm kind of hyper-literal sometimes.
Yes or no?
Nothing did that day.
Yes or no? Would anything have stopped you from calling your father?
Maybe, but
Well, ma'am, you didn't have any problem calling him in August of 2007 and complaining, did you?
I did have a problem with it. He had to convince me to tell him.
Well, you called him and you told him, right?
Eventually, yes, I did.
You called him and you told him, right?
Yes.
You could have called him and said, hey, I got this problem with my finger. You had a telephone, right?
I didn't have a problem with my finger then.
Well, I thought that you told us when you testified that on January 22nd of 2008 was when you had this finger injured by Mr. Alexander. Do you remember telling us that?
Yes, January, yes.
And so in January 22nd of 2008 or any time thereafter, you had a telephone, right?
Yes.
You could have called your father and could have told him, right?
Could have, yes.
But you didn't.
I wouldn't have. No, I did not.
And no one knew about this injury or this supposed or claimed injury to the little finger until after you killed Mr. Alexander, right?
That's right.
Ma'am, that was a significant day, January 22nd of 2008, correct?
Yes.
It was significant for a number of reasons, including the fact that you claimed that on January 21 of 2008, you caught Mr. Alexander masturbating to some images of boys, correct?
I only saw one image. It was a boy.
Ma'am, didn't you say that there were images? There were more than one?
There were more than one image. I only caught a
So
quick
was
view
there
of
more than one
image.
image? I'm sorry. Was there more than one image, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay, but you only saw one, right?
One clearly,
According to
yes.
you.
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
That's yes.
And that was the day before this supposed thing happened on January, or where he had this violent issue with you on January 22nd of 2008, right?
That's right.
And if we go again to this entry here of 456, I haven't written because there has been nothing noteworthy to report. That's what you wrote, correct?
Correct.
The way you explain it to us here, this issue involving this claimed issue involving Mr. Alexander, that's pretty noteworthy, isn't it?
Not for my journal, but
Is it noteworthy?
yes, in reality, I guess it is very noteworthy.
It's noteworthy to you, isn't it?
It is today.
It's noteworthy to you, isn't it?
I already answered your question.
And the answer is yes or no.
Yes.
And it's so noteworthy to you that you waited until after you killed Mr. Alexander to tell anybody about it, right?
I waited years.
The answer is, did you wait until after this prosecution started, after you were charged, to tell anybody about it, correct?
Objection, ask and answer.
Overruled.
Yes, I waited years.
And ma'am, one of the things that the way you made it sound was that he had a problem, right?
He did have a problem.
That's what you claim, right?
That's the reality.
That's what you claim, correct?
Okay, yes.
When back then there was this problem, did you call, for example, the way you made it sound is he had this huge problem. Did you call, for example, Child Protective Service?
No.
I mean, you made it sound that there was such a big problem that he even went and spent the night somewhere at a friend's house and they had a child, and that concerned you. Do you remember telling us that on direct examination?
Yes.
And yet, you didn't go to that person and tell him, hey, he's got this issue, did you?
No.
You didn't go to the police department and tell him anything, right?
No.
You chose to keep that allegation until about 2 years ago? Is that right?
I think it's almost 3 years ago at this point. No. I think it was almost 3.5, 4 years ago at this point.
Pick a year. What year did you disclose?
2009 was when I first
And
told somebody.
And you were arrested back in July of 2008, right?
Yes.
And when this detective interviewed you, you didn't tell him anything about it, did you?
Definitely not.
And you could have, though, right?
In theory, yes, I could have.
Ma'am, one of the things that happened with regard to this particular issue is that there was a hearing that was scheduled involving this, what time did this allegation happen? When do you claim that, we know the date, what time do you claim that you saw this masturbatory activity?
It would have been in the afternoon after my morning shift.
And what time would that have been, ma'am?
I don't know the exact time, but it was afternoon before, well before it was dark. It was still light out.
Okay. Can you be more specific? Was it noon?
It was afternoon.
All right. Was it 2 o'clock?
Objection, ask and answer. Sherry says she knows what time it was.
Restate the question.
If it was so noteworthy, why can't you remember the time?
It was kind of traumatic.
So, what? If just because weren't your senses heightened at that time that you saw this? Didn't you get angry or upset?
Objection, compound question.
Were you angry?
I was sick to my stomach.
Ma'am, were you
I was
angry?
not angry.
Were you angry?
I became angry later, but not in that moment.
Were you angry at that time, ma'am?
I said not in that moment.
So the answer is no, right?
Yes.
Were you upset at that time?
Yes.
So if you're upset, aren't you kind of, your senses heightened at that time to know the time?
Objection, she said answer the question.
Overruled.
Can you repeat that?
Weren't your senses heightened because of this anger to at least know the time so somebody could check it out?
Well, you said because of anger, but I wasn't angry at that moment.
Well then, you see this, you're not angry and you're not upset, right?
I am upset.
Oh, you are upset. If you're upset, don't you think that that would have heightened your senses over what you just saw?
My mind doesn't work like that.
So the answer is no then, right?
Objection, ask and answer.
Overruled.
It kind of moved in slow motion, so if that's heightened...
Is it yes or no, ma'am?
It's kind of a matter of opinion. I don't know.
And I'm asking for your opinion.
Again, ask and answer. She can't speculate.
Overruled.
Whether it's heightened, my perception of things, is that your question?
Right. At that time when you're viewing this, the way you described this, bad act.
Well, I'm not sure. I mean, it's something I'm never going to forget, that I wish I could.
You're never going to forget it, is what you just said, right?
That's right.
But you have forgotten the time.
I know it was the afternoon.
Ma'am, I'm asking you for the time.
Objection, mischaracterized her testimony. She said she doesn't know the time.
Restate your question, sustained.
You said that you'll never forget it, right?
The incident.
Right. And I'm asking you, isn't it true that you forgot the time?
Objection again, and mischaracterized the testimony. She said she never knew the time.
Sustained, rephrase.
You said that you had just been out from Mimi's Cafe, right?
For a little while.
Pardon?
For a little while. I was off work for a little while.
You worked at Mimi's Cafe, right?
Yes.
You had been working that day, right?
Yes.
Your shift was over, right?
Yes.
What time did your shift start?
It varied.
That day, what time did your shift start?
In the morning.
What time?
Sometime in the morning. I don't know the exact time.
You don't know the exact time, yet you knew that you had to be there on that day at a certain
Yes.
time? What time does Mimi's open?
I've never opened Mimi's, so I'm not sure, but they open early.
So you don't know the time that it opens, you don't know the time that you went to work, right?
Not the exact time.
Just the morning is what you can give us, right?
Yes, early morning.
So if you went at 10 o'clock, 10 to 12 would only be 2 hours, right?
That's right.
Was it an 8-hour shift, man?
No, they aren't 8-hour shifts.
So on that day, it was not an 8-hour shift, right?
That's right.
How many hours was your shift?
It depended on the flow of business.
I understand that it may depend on that. How many hours did you work on January 21 of 2008 on this day that this horrible thing you claim happened?
I would only be able to tell you a range.
How many hours then? Give me a range. Since what you're telling me is you don't know.
I know the range, but not the exact hours.
So you're telling me you don't know the exact hours,
Yes.
right? And anything else that you would give me would be a guess, right?
Yes.
And ma'am, do you have, I mean, you had a lot of memory for a lot of events involving sexual instances with Mr. Alexander, yet you seem to be having problems with your memory here today. And you also alluded to a little bit that you have problems with your memory. Is this a long-standing thing that you've had problems with your memory, or is this just something that happened recently?
Objection, compound question.
Sustained.
Your problems with your memory, is it of recent vintage?
Define recent.
I don't know, since you started testifying.
No, it goes back further than that.
How long far back does it go?
I don't even know if I'd call it a problem.
Well, just tell me how far back it goes. You said you were going to tell me, so tell me, please.
How far back what goes?
We're talking about your memory problem, right?
I don't know that I'd really call it a problem.
Okay.
I don't remember every single thing that's ever happened to me in my whole life.
Ma'am, your memory issues. We're talking about those, right?
I wouldn't even call them issues, but okay, my memory.
Well, you don't want to call them problems, right?
No, I don't want to call
You don't want to call them issues, right?
I don't know. I really
Right, you don't want to call them issues. You just told me that, right?
I didn't say I don't want to.
All right, so can we call them issues then?
Okay.
With regard to these memory issues that you claim to have, when did you start having them?
It depends on the type of memory issue.
If it benefits you, you have a memory issue?
Objection, argumentative, Your Honor.
Or if it hurts you, you have a memory issue?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Well,
When it hurts, sometimes I
ma'am, there's no question right now. You say that you have memory problems, but it depends on the circumstance, right?
That's right.
And give me the factors. I don't want to know about a specific circumstance. What factors influence your having a memory problem?
Usually when men like you are screaming at me or grilling me, or someone like Travis doing the same.
So that affects your memory problems,
It
right?
does. It makes my brain scramble.
So you're saying that it's basically what you're saying is Mr. Martinez's fault that you can't remember things that are going on.
It's not your fault.
I'm not saying that. You're saying that, isn't it?
No, I'm not saying that.
Is there something about a certain decibel of the voice that creates problems?
Decibel, tone, content, sort of a combination of those factors.
Objection, Your Honor. This is just a stunt. Mere approach.
You may.
What time, ma'am, did you get off of work for me?
In the afternoon?
Well, hold on. Let me finish the question. What time did you get off of Mimi's on January 21 of 2008?
Objection, answer, she's already said repeatedly she doesn't know the time.
A time in the afternoon.
Can you be more specific
No.
about the time? Why not?
Because I don't think I was looking at my watch or my phone or any other clock.
Where did you go after you left Mimi's?
I went to Travis's house.
You went directly to Mr. Alexander's house, right?
That's right.
And what time did you get over to his house?
I'm sorry?
Couldn't hear me?
I couldn't hear you.
What time did you get over to his house?
Objection, answer, she's already said she didn't know the time.
About 20 minutes after I left Mimi's.
And when you got there, ma'am, did you walk in?
Yes.
Front door?
Yes.
Was it open?
Yes.
Was it unlocked?
Yes.
And you said you walked in and you went straight up the stairwell, right?
Yes.
And you didn't say a word going up the stairwell, did you?
I'm sorry?
You didn't say a word going up the stairway, did you?
I don't remember.
Didn't call out his name, right?
I might have, yes.
And ma'am, in January 21 of 2008, you and he were broken up, weren't you?
Yes.
So it wasn't like you were boyfriend and girlfriend that you went over every day, right?
We were not boyfriend-girlfriend, but I went over almost every day.
Pardon?
We were not boyfriend-girlfriend, but I did go over almost every day.
You're mumbling, I didn't hear you.
We were not boyfriend-girlfriend, but I did go to his house almost every day.
And on this particular day, what were you there to do?
He needed help putting boxes up in his attic.
And had you talked to him about this previously?
Yes.
Was it via text message or was it via some other method?
I don't remember. It was discussed.
Was it via telephone?
Probably.
Well, ma'am, how could you discuss it by telephone if you were working at Mimi's?
It was discussed previous to my shift.
So, what time did you discuss it then?
It had to do with, well, it wasn't that day. It was weeks ahead of time. It was about the Christmas things that were in his attic.
So now it wasn't that day that you discussed it, right?
Once I got there, we were discussing it.
I want to know if that day that you claim this happened, if there was a telephone call in the morning.
I don't remember that part.
And if back then, what was your number? We've already heard it, but,
831-402-1901.
and that would have been the number that you called him on, right? That you used to call him. That would have been the telephone that you would have used to call him, right?
Usually, yes.
That was your telephone, right?
Yes, that was my cell phone.
And you say, well, normally I would use that to call him. Pray tell, what other circumstances would there be that you wouldn't use your cell phone to call him?
Landlines.
Pardon?
Landlines.
You had a landline also at your home, right?
There were landlines in the homes where I lived.
Pardon?
There were landlines in the homes where I lived.
I'm not asking about the homes where you lived. I'm asking about the homes on your home on January 21 of 2008.
There was not a landline in that home.
There was not one, was there?
No, there was not.
So you would have had to use your cell phone to call him, right?
I probably would have used my cell phone if I called him that day, yes.
And now you're saying you're not sure if you called them that morning then, right?
I don't think I did because he didn't get up early.
Ma'am, so you're saying you didn't call him that morning, right?
I don't recall if I did or not.
Well then, I thought you said that there was some agreement or arrangement for you to go over there that day.
There was.
All right, what was the arrangement?
The arrangement was after Christmas, when he had packed up all of his things, to put him in the attic.
No, I'm not asking about that. I'm asking about the arrangement, about the time when you were going to go over. I don't really care about what the activity was. What was the arrangement about when you were going to come over, how that was going to work?
Just whenever it made sense.
So whenever it made sense, you were going to go over that day.
Yes, that day was a good day for us.
And you don't know if you talked to him in the morning about telling him that it was that day that you were going to be over.
I don't remember.
And if you didn't talk to him, your coming over would have been a surprise then after working at Mimi's, right?
No, he was expecting me the first time.
How would he be able to expect you the first time if you didn't call him in the morning to let him know you were going to be over that day?
Because it was already discussed.
When was it discussed? Tell me.
It was discussed multiple times in the weeks following Christmas.
I understand that it was discussed multiple times in the weeks following Christmas, but in those multiple times following Christmas, did you pick a date? January 21, let's just pick December 26. You said to him, on January 21 of 2008, I'm going to come over and help you with the Christmas decorations. Is that how it worked?
No.
No, it didn't, did it? You needed, if you had an arrangement, there would have been an agreement, wouldn't there have been?
We weren't that formal.
Well, but you just told me that you talked about it though, right?
It was discussed multiple times, yes.
Right. And so though all those multiple times that you discussed it, you agreed that it was going to be January 21, 2008 after you got off work from Mimi's. Is that the agreement or is that the discussion?
I don't think it was that specific at all.
So what was the discussion then?
Just whenever we got together to do it.
So then he wasn't expecting you like you said he was when you came over that day.
He was hoping I would come over to help him with those things.
Ma'am, you keep saying he was hoping. How do you know he was hoping if he didn't even know you were coming over?
Based on our discussions.
So in your discussions, you told him, I want you to hope that I come over on the 21st?
I didn't tell him that.
Of course you didn't. The point is, you can't tell us anything about the circumstances of that day, can you?
That's not true.
Well, you can't tell us about the time, right?
Not a precise hour and minute.
You
no.
can't tell us what you worked at Mimi's, right? What hours, right?
Not the precise hours.
You can't tell us what time you got over to his house, right?
Not the precise minute.
You can't tell us if there was even a telephone call that morning, right?
I don't remember if there were calls that morning.
Right. Can't tell us anything. But you can tell us that you walked in and then there was this issue and you went in to help him with the Christmas decorations, right?
Yes.
And after you helped him with the Christmas decorations, you left, right?
Yes.
Drove away, right?
Yes.
Came back, right?
Yes.
And according to you, that's when you saw Mr. Alexander engaged in this masturbatory activity, right?
Yes.
And according to you, there were multiple photographs, but you saw one of them in particular, correct?
Yes.
And you then left, right?
Yes.
And you left in your car, right?
Yes.
And you went home and started driving around, right?
I went home, threw up, cried, then drove around.
Sure, you did all these kinds of things that afternoon, right?
Yes.
In your car, right?
I didn't throw up in my car.
What's that?
I didn't throw up in my car.
No, you drove off in your car, correct?
Yes.
Well, isn't that problematic since you were driving Mr. Alexander's car?
I wasn't driving his car yet. We were supposed to swap cars.
Well, he didn't have a car that day, right?
We were switching cars
Ma'am,
back
did
and
he
forth.
have a, my question
He
is,
did have a car.
isn't it true he did not have a car that day?
No, he had a car.
Well, ma'am, let's take a look at some of the text messages, okay?
Okay.
I'm going to give you two sets, one with his responses and one without, all right?
Okay.
Take a look at Exhibit 461. Those are text messages between your telephone number and that of Mr. Alexander, correct?
Yes.
And the incoming means that that's your message coming in to him, correct? Ma'am?
Wait, say that again. I'm sorry. I was
Do you
reading.
remember previously testifying that when incoming was on these text messages that meant that was you calling or that was you leaving the message?
That was me sending the message.
Right. And the outgoing is him sending it out, right?
Yes.
You also talked a little bit about the timing on there, right? The times that are designated.
Yes.
You indicated that, well, it was 7 hours off, right?
Yes.
That copy that I've given you has taken the time to write down the actual times minus 7 hours, right?
Yes.
Go ahead and review it to make sure that the times that are on there are correct.
Yes, those are correct. I believe.
Well, we don't want you to believe. Take your time, subtract 7 from there and see if that's correct. Because it's important here, we don't want you to believe.
I'm pretty sure they're correct.
When you say pretty sure, it means you're not sure to me.
No, I said I'm pretty sure.
And it does not include his responses on there, or his outgoing messages, does it?
Yeah, it looks like it's blocked out.
Right. Take a look at Exhibit 462. Same thing, right? Except that this one includes his responses on there, right?
Yes.
Okay. The times are also written in there, correct?
Yes.
And to the best of your knowledge, those are the accurate times that are written in there. Those are the accurate times that that message was either outgoing or incoming, right?
That is right.
Okay.
Hang on, let me check. Yeah, they look like they match.
Okay. I may have those back. Look for the emission of exhibit number 461.
Objection to 461, Your Honor.
461 is admitted.
Take a look at Exhibit 461. And let's talk about the times first. Do you see that, although it says 1:22:08 at 003850, someone has written 1:21:538 p.m. because it's a 7-hour time difference that you talked about previously on direct examination, right?
Yes,
And when we talked about, it's got your name on there, right?
that's right.
It's got your telephone number on there, right?
Right.
And then it has the time of January 21st at 5:38 p.m., right?
Yes.
And then it says, you say, I can't remember, am I coming in for you on Wednesday at 10:30? Isn't that what it says?
Yes.
Then, you see the next one at 6:41 p.m., right? You claim that you have already left Mimi's Cafe in the early afternoon, right?
Yes.
And so,
No, I didn't say early. I said sometime in the afternoon.
but you can't tell us the time, right?
That's right.
But at 6:41 p.m., you are talking about trading cars before FHE, right?
Yes,
FHE stands for Family Home Evening, right?
that's right.
And Family Home Evening starts at 7 o'clock in the evening, doesn't it?
I don't remember.
Well, you were practicing Mormon, weren't you?
Yes, sort of.
And you attended Family Home Evenings. You were telling us about that, right?
Yes, I did.
And you attended them more than once, right?
Yes, I did.
And of all of those times that you attended, didn't they start at 7 o'clock?
I don't remember. They were in the evening, but I don't remember the time.
Would they have started at 10 o'clock at night?
No, they were not too late.
How long? Isn't it true that they lasted about an hour, Family Home Evenings?
Yes, roughly an hour.
And then the people that were there, the singles that were there, would get together and get involved in some sort of social activity, right?
Yes.
Bowling, that sort of thing, right?
My ward never went bowling.
Movies, something like that.
My ward never went to movies.
Going out to dinner.
It was usually at the church.
But it could also be at people's houses, right?
Yes.
And then at 7:19 p.m., you're sending him a text. Never mind, one of the stores I need to go to closes at 8 p.m. I'll just go tomorrow, right?
That's right.
That's evening now, right?
Yes.
You said that this incident involving the masturbatory conduct occurred in the afternoon, right?
It did.
So it would have happened before 7:19 p.m., right?
Yes.
And you were already gone. You were wherever, right?
Yes.
And you told us, though, that no, he kept calling you and kept calling you. And then you said you called him back, right?
Yes, I did.
And then you went out and got him something from, I think it was Starbucks or something, and you brought him something over. Do you remember saying that?
Not that day.
Well, then you went over to his house, though, right?
I did.
And you went over and then you had sex with him, right?
Yes.
What time did you go over to his house?
It was in the evening.
What time?
Don't know the time.
Well, if he's going to Family Home Evening, he's not going to be around. If it starts, assume it starts at 7. He's not going to be around at 7 o'clock, is he?
Facts, not in evidence.
Restate your question. Listening.
If, just for hypothetically speaking, man, if Family Home Evening starts at 7 o'clock, he's not going to be home at 7 p.m., is he?
Objection, I just assumes they have to be there.
If he went, then he wouldn't be.
I'm not asking if he went. If it starts at 7 o'clock in the evening, he would not have been home then, right?
Objection, that assumes facts, not in evidence, that he, i.e. that he was there.
He went to FHE.
It wouldn't necessarily mean that, because it doesn't mean that he went. But that night,
Now, I'm saying hypothetically. That means assume
Okay,
that he
yes.
went to family home evening. And if it started at 7, he wouldn't have been at his house, right?
That's right.
And if he has become involved in this masturbatory conduct, why are you worried about trading cars with him?
I think he wanted to trade the car.
Man, this is not him writing that out there, is it?
I wanted to do it before FHE. He wanted to trade the car.
Well, why don't we take a look at his, which is 462. This is the one that includes his responses, right?
Yes.
Take a look at it and see who's concerned about trading cars. It indicates the back and forth involving the car, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
I move for the admission of exhibit number 462.
No objection.
462 is admitted.
Ma'am, do you know who Alice Laviolette is?
Yes.
She's somebody that is assisting you in this case, isn't it?
Yes.
Isn't it true that you told her that the masturbatory conduct involving Mr. Alexander took place while he was on the computer?
No, I never said that.
Isn't it true that you've heard a statement from her indicating that you told her that the masturbatory conduct took place while he was on the computer?
No, I've never heard her say that.
Ma'am, were you here at a hearing?
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Okay.
No, I heard you say that in the hearing.
Well, ma'am, do you remember that I played a snippet? You indicate that you told her that you saw Mr. Alexander masturbating to images on a computer.
No, I heard you say that in the hearing.
Well, ma'am, do you remember that I played a snippet with her voice on it?
Yes, but I couldn't understand it.
Did you hear that snippet? Yes or no?
I heard it, but I didn't understand it.
I'm not asking you if you understood it. Isn't it true that you were here when that snippet was played?
Yes.
And that snippet involved whether or not she had ever told the prosecution that you told her that you saw Mr. Alexander masturbating to images on a computer.
That's right.
Let me go ahead and continue with the text messages. This is now exhibit 462. And it includes the outgoing, which is Mr. Alexander's text messages, right?
That's right.
And we were talking about exchanging cars before going to FHE, Family Home Evening, right?
Yes.
And ma'am, you did indicate something about whether or not you called them, or did you say you did or did not call him that morning?
I said I don't remember.
So it could be true that you did not call him at all that morning.
Objection, compound question.
Sustained.
So it is true that you do not know if you called him that morning. So, well, let me do this. It could be you did not call him that morning.
It could be because I don't remember.
And again, is this issue with your lack of memory because of the questions, the way they're being posed?
No.
Is it have to do with the volume of the person asking you the questions?
No, I think the length of time.
Is it yes or no? The volume.
Then that would be no.
So at 7:20, you send her or send him a text message. Never mind, one of the stores I need to go closes at 8. I'll just go tomorrow. So that was 1 minute later. It's the same message that you sent before, correct?
That's correct.
And then Mr. Alexander sends you a text message at 7:24 p.m., right?
Right?
And he says, I got a ride from some peeps in the ward now. You can just go get it. Let me know when you made the exchange. Isn't he telling you that he went to the family home evening there?
Yes.
So he did go to the family home evening, right?
I'm assuming.
Well, there's nothing else that's indicated here other than family home evening, right?
That's right.
And family home evening, from your experience, when you were going, how long does it last?
Usually about an hour. Depends on the event. Sometimes there are special events that go longer.
And then there are other events that may come along afterwards, right?
I don't know. I usually went home after FHE.
To your knowledge, ma'am, these family home evenings, did they end after the hour, or were there chances, sometimes, even though you may not have attended, that they would go on longer than that?
Objection calls for speculation is what happened on January 21st.
Overruled, that was not the question.
I guess that's always a chance.
Well, I'm asking from your knowledge when you were going.
Typically, we all dispersed. It was a Monday night. We didn't hang out too late.
Okay. Then, at 7:25, you send him a text message that appears to be in response to that one, right? Because it's 1 minute later, right?
Yes.
And you say, I'm almost asleep, we'll see, right?
Right.
And what you're talking about is exchanging the car, right?
Yes.
The big concern here is exchanging the car, right?
Yes.
It doesn't have anything to do with what you claim you saw, right?
We're talking about the car in this text message.
Right. It doesn't, and the point here is that you're talking about very pedestrian issues, such as exchanging a car. You're not talking about, Travis, I saw you masturbating or anything like that, right?
It wasn't a pedestrian issue with Travis.
Pardon?
The car was not a pedestrian issue with Travis.
Well, so you're equating this issue with the car the same as him masturbating to images as kids. Is that what you're saying?
Not by a long shot. No, that's not what I'm saying.
Then, he's talking about, you obviously don't need it that bad. I got a ride so you could go get the car. Now you're going to sleep? That's what he tells you, right?
Yes.
He's made or tried to make arrangements for you to pick up your car, right?
I don't remember which car I was driving.
Well, he didn't have a car because he got a ride with somebody else, right?
That's not why he got a ride.
Well, when he's riding with somebody else, his car's not with him, right?
That's right.
And so he's without a car at family home evening or wherever it is that he went, right?
Yes.
You have a car, right?
Yes.
His car, right?
Objections, he's asking an answer.
Overruled.
I don't remember which car I was driving.
Well, it wouldn't have been his car because you wouldn't have needed to exchange his car for his car, right?
It would have been mine or his.
Right. So you're driving your car, right?
Objection, ask an answer.
Overruled.
I've already said that I don't remember which car I'm driving.
There, you indicated previously that after this happened, you went home and he kept trying to call you over and over, right?
I had voicemails from him or missed calls.
It means he kept trying to call you over and over again, right?
Right.
Whether he left voicemails or whatever, he kept trying to call you, right?
Yeah, he did.
And you didn't respond to those calls, right?
Not immediately that I remember.
Well-
I was in the visitation center, the visitor
Excuse me?
center, so I had my phone volume off.
You were what?
I was at the visitor center,
What visitor center are you talking about?
the one next to the Mesa Temple.
And is that where you went after this incident happened?
That's where I ended up after driving.
Is this where you were almost asleep?
No, this was after the fact.
So now you're back at home.
Yes.
Right? And in between then and, well, in between what you say you saw and when you were home, that's when you have all these calls, right?
From the time I ran out of his house, he called.
From the time you ran out of his house till what time at night are these calls coming in?
Till I called him back.
When? What time?
As soon as I left the visitor center, I called him.
Right? So you're sure that there's a bunch of calls that he made to you, and then they sort of piled up, whether they're voice messages or missed calls, and then you returned his call, right?
That's how I remember it, yes.
Okay. Actually, that's not the way it really went on that day. Isn't it true, ma'am, that there were actually 5 calls that day between you and him, where he called you 5 times and you called him back 5 times? Did you know that?
That there were many more than 5. There may be 5 from his cell phone.
I'm asking cell phone to cell phone, and you're saying that at that time you only had your cell phone, right?
I only had my cell phone.
Right.
At the visitor center.
Right. And he left you 5 calls, or he left you calls, right?
Yes.
And actually there were only 5 calls from him all day long to you on the 21st. Isn't that true?
That's not true.
Isn't it true there was only 5 return calls from you on that day?
That might be true.
And in fact, when you say that he was calling you all the time, actually didn't it go this way that you called him at 3:53 in the evening or the afternoon, didn't you?
That sounds accurate.
And then you called him again at 4:09 in the evening, didn't you?
That sounds accurate.
And he returned your call at 4:29, right?
I believe he did.
And then you called him back at 4:53, right?
That sounds accurate.
Well, I thought you said that there was this issue that you were not returning his call. It looks like you're returning his call, and he's calling you back.
Well, that's probably a cell phone.
Well, what difference does it make if it's a cell phone or not? Isn't that a telephone call?
Yeah, but he has a landline that he called me on frequently.
Right. But I'm talking about, on that day, the calls that were made. What was his landline number, ma'am?
I don't have it memorized because it was just in my phone as Travis Alexander.
So you called him at 4:53, isn't it true, p.m., and he returned your call then at 4:54 p.m. Do you remember that?
All right, so I'm going to show what this is what the defense was claiming, and then I'll talk about the prosecution's rebuttal about it. Now, exactly, you can never tell. Like, there's people that can appear so normal, but they really aren't. That's why when a lot of these things happen, it can cause a surprise. Especially on the stand, she was trying to make herself look a certain way. I'll see this in trials where they dress them, or they have them with certain clothes to make them look more, presentable, innocent, as a manipulation tactic. So, whatever happened, they were already broken up at this point, where she could have just went with someone else, and the murder was very overdone, so to speak. Any murder is bad, but she really went crazy on him. I'm not saying everything he did was perfect or was right, but when you go out and seek somebody on the edge of town when there's no danger at that particular moment, it's not really a self-defense situation. There's another case where the girlfriend set him up in a room and shot him when there was nothing going on at that moment. If somebody's in a physical fight and they defended themselves, that's different than somebody going to seek someone out to take them out. Right, exactly. This is what the defense was claiming. Remember, when the defense can make something look a way that it may not have really been, but yeah, this is what they're saying. The verbal and psychological abuse. The defense used text messages and emails to argue that Travis was a cruel, vicious, repugnant person who belittled Jodi with derogatory names. They claim that he used his religious status to manipulate her and other women. And they were Mormons, or what's also called the Latter-day Saints church. So it's a different Christian religion that's different than the other ones, which you all know what that is, but just for the record, that's what they were. Sexual deviancy. Jodi testified that Travis had pedo desires and fantasies, claiming he once told her that he had been attracted to boys, and she characterized him as monster who treated her as dirty little secret while searching for women on dating sites. Now, there's a lot of this stuff from her was either embellished or made up, where she was doing anything she could to try to make him look bad, to make the murder justifiable. The thing about this is she should have broken up with somebody, and ladies in the chat were talking about how if they were with a guy that was into this weird stuff, they would break up with the guy. So her staying with him is weird, even if it was true. And in these moments, she doesn't do anything until later. So it's like, yeah, just get away from somebody that's like this if it's really true. The controlling behavior attorneys presented the T-shirt Travis reportedly made Jodi wear that said Travis Alexander's, which are used for a perfect example of how he viewed women as property. The history with other women. The defense claimed his ex-girlfriend on the stand testified that Travis was domineering, disrespectful to women in general. Now, he was with this other woman and then went with Jodi, while he was with her. And they're saying sociopathic traits. One email exchange presented by defense. Travis allegedly described himself as friend of a bit of a sociopath, discussing his relationship with various women. This is what the defense was saying, and their argument against him. And remember, they're going to try to make him look bad, even if it's true, to justify the murder that occurred. I'm not denying that he did things that weren't right, but she could have left him. Was he really as bad as she's saying, or is it exaggerated to try to justify the murder? And she basically was a jealous, stalking ex. That's basically what she was. And for her own good, she should have moved on and went with someone else that would have been different with her, and she would not be locked up right now. So it's not good to justify these types of things, so we don't want people getting locked up or getting deleted. Which deleted is a code word for being killed, by the way. Being killed, murdered over these things. She certainly should have just gotten away from him and not look back. Because by this point, like a year later, they were broken up for a year, then she went back and talked to him again, and literally went to go seek him out. Why are you trying to seek someone out and talk to them again that did all these weird things? Right. Prosecutor Martinez countered these claims by calling the rebuttal witness, including other former girlfriends who testified that Travis was never violent or angry. So other girlfriends say he was never violent or angry, and he was a cool dude, a nice guy. So that's why I'm trying to say that they may be either making up stuff or embellishing things to make her look more innocent or justifiable. Because that's what the defense will try to do. So other girlfriends say he was fine. And he argued that Jodi was the one who was obsessed and stalking Travis, even peeking through his windows to watch him with other women. To see, and no matter what is what, this murdering someone like that, stabbing 27 times, and then cutting him from ear to ear, and then shooting him in the head, to me sounds very sociopathic. On the stand, she seems like she lacks empathy or anything about what she did, and she just seems very trying to look innocent when she really isn't. So yeah, I still think she's guilty after these things. I'm not saying he was perfect, I didn't know him, but yeah, this was just completely unnecessary. If someone's in a moment in a relationship and there's some horrible fight happens, there could be self-defense, but if you have to go to the edge of town, she stole her grandma's gun, and she threw the knife somewhere in the desert somewhere, including the gun, and was trying to, like, if you really are innocent, you're not going to try to flee the scene and throw away all the weapons and stuff. That's not what people do that are innocent. So yeah, that's what the defense was saying, and that's the counter argument from the prosecution. And yeah, just this people are in a relationship with someone weird, or they break up, they just need to move on and find someone else that they're more compatible with. This was just very odd to go to this extent. Yeah. And like, why not report him or something while she's with him during this thing when it was occurring? I mean, if he was doing illegal activity like that with the underage, I mean, he should have been reported. And she's like witnessing something like that, and she needs to report that. And the ladies in the chat said they'd get away with from a person that if they were doing something like that. That just proves that it either is not true or completely embellished to try to make herself look more innocent. Right, exactly. All right, now continuing.
I don't recall that specific, but
Isn't it true he then called you back at 5:11 p.m.? Remember that?
not specifically.
How about him calling you back at 5:20 p.m.?
I don't remember specifically.
And how about him calling you back at 5:48 p.m.?
I just know he called me a lot that day.
And then you returned his call at 5:53 p.m. Do you remember any of that?
The time sounds accurate.
Well, then if we go then to 462, which is the text messages, you have these calls and then it picks up with text messages. You see that?
Yes.
The communication does, right?
Yes.
So there was never a time when, as you said previously, where you and he were not communicating. You're either communicating by telephone or by text message, aren't you?
No, there's a gap.
Well, you said that it was right that you called him at 5:53 p.m., right? You just said that. That sounds right.
It sounds about right. I don't remember the times.
Right. And then the first message after this call that you said sounds right at 5:53 p.m. is at 6:41, right?
Yes.
Less than an hour later, right?
The text, yes.
And then there's one at 7:19. Right?
Yes.
And if we say, hypothetically speaking, that family home evening starts at 7, he's already at family home evening by the time that he sends you this text at 7:24, right?
That's right.
You then say, at 7:29 p.m., I fell asleep and a phone call woke me up, right?
What date is that?
The 21st, man.
That's right. Okay.
I fell asleep and a phone call woke me up. I thought you said you were at the LDS Center off of Dobson and Southern.
Not by this time.
I thought you were asleep.
I went home and crashed. I'd been crying and I had a migraine.
So, when did you go to sleep? Give us a time.
I don't have a time that I fell asleep. I went to sleep after I left the visitor center.
Well, when did you have time to sleep if you're calling him back and he's calling you, and then right after that, you begin texting back and forth? When is it that you find the time to sleep?
Well, I didn't sleep for a long period of time. I just dozed off.
Well, you do say at 7:25 p.m. that you're almost asleep. We'll see about this car transfer thing, right?
Right.
And then you put the Z's on there that indicates you're going to sleep, right?
I was very tired, yes.
And so you went to sleep. You say you went to sleep, right?
I was laying there very tired and I think I fell asleep.
Well, then you say at 7:29, 4 minutes later, I fell asleep and a phone call woke me up. That's when I sent you a text. That's what you say, right?
Yeah.
Well, when is it that you're sleeping? What's waking you up between those 4 minutes? What's going
I don't
on?
think I'm sleeping right then. I don't know. I fell asleep. He wanted me to get the car.
But he's at family home evening already. And he doesn't care because he's already at family home evening, isn't he?
He was a little upset because he got a ride because he thought I was going to go get it.
But it didn't happen, did it?
No.
And the big point going on here is not talking about anything that may have happened. You're not saying you're upset about anything. You're just talking about this car being exchanged, right?
We're talking specifically about the car exchange in the text message.
And you don't say, I'm upset, we need to talk, or anything like that, do you?
No.
You say you have a really bad headache, that you can barely move, right?
Yes.
And that's at 7:36, right?
Yes.
And then there's a gap of approximately 2 hours or an hour and 45 minutes, which could be with an activity with family home evening, right?
Yes.
And he says, all right, I'll get it tomorrow then, right?
He says for me to get it tomorrow.
All right, get it tomorrow then, right?
Yes.
In other words, make the whatever exchange of cars that's going to happen, let's just do it tomorrow, right?
Yes.
Or have you do it tomorrow, right?
Right, whichever.
Which indicates you aren't going to get together that night, are you?
At the moment, yes.
Not at the moment. It says, do it tomorrow. Isn't that what it says?
When that text was sent, yes.
Okay, but then you want to talk to him, right?
Yes.
And that's at 9:16 p.m. You say, can you talk right now? And he says, no, not right now, right?
Yes.
Presumably, if he went to family home evening, I'm not saying that he did, that's probably what he's doing, if he did go, right?
If he did go.
If he
Maybe.
did go, right?
If family home evening is still going on at that hour.
And then, but previously, ma'am, you told us that he was the one that wanted to talk to you, right? Didn't you tell us that? That he kept calling until you relented. And then you went over, right?
He did want to talk to me, yes.
Right. But it looks here that, like you want to talk to him, doesn't it?
I do now, yes.
And then you're still not together at 11:33, and you sent him a message, how long, right?
That's right.
How long is he going to be out, is what you're asking him, aren't you?
No, how long till he was ready to talk?
Well, that's part of, given what we've seen about this relationship, isn't that part of your jealousy because you want to know what's going on with him that night?
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
Ma'am, how long, that's you saying, how long before we can talk, right? Isn't that what it means?
Yes.
And then, he says to you, and the times aren't there, but he does, and by that I mean they weren't written in. It says, did you use my phone this morning without asking, right?
Yes.
So if you got together with him, it was after 11:33, after he got done doing whatever he was doing, right?
What was that question?
If you got together that evening, it was after he got done with whatever he was doing.
That's right.
And so it doesn't seem like he's in a hurry to talk to you, does it?
I don't know.
It doesn't seem like he's all this like this upset that you portrayed him, that he really wanted to talk to you about this issue that you say that you saw him engaged in, right?
Objection causes speculation.
Sustained.
There are gaps here where he's doing whatever he's doing and you're doing the asking how long, right?
That's right.
He then asks you whether or not you used his phone in the morning without asking, right?
Yes.
And you tell him that you did, right?
Yes.
And you ask why, and he says nothing, right?
Yes.
There's an issue about the deposit, and in fact, you're asking him if he made the deposit, right?
Yes.
And he told you that he did, right?
Yes.
Is he giving you money there?
What's the date?
Pardon?
What was the date on that one?
The 22nd.
I don't know what we were referring to there.
Well, you do say, your text message does say, did you make the deposit?
Yes.
And he said yes. And then you said what?
Thank you, I'll make it up to you soon.
It looks like he lent you money there, doesn't it?
Yes.
Any idea how much money he lent you?
He lent me money in small increments, I don't remember.
And he would do it if you needed it, right?
If he could, he would, yes.
And if you needed it, right?
Yes.
Now, the next day, that same day at 3:36 in the afternoon, you say to him, I'm going to need a ride. I'm off at 4 p.m. Text me. Still the issue with the car, right?
Yes.
Where's your car?
Probably parked at his house.
How'd you get to work?
Sometimes he drove me and sometimes I carpooled with a coworker.
So what happened on this particular day?
I don't remember.
What time did you get to work?
I don't remember. I usually worked in the morning, but sometimes I worked evenings also.
So in this day, you're going to get off at 4 o'clock, right?
Well, in theory, if business permits.
But that's what it says there, though, right?
Yes.
And this is at 3:36. You want him to pick you up, right?
Yes.
How long was your shift usually? 4, 6, 8 hours?
Depending on the flow of business, typically it was 4 to 6 hours.
All right. And then at 4:04, you send him another text message and you say, scratch that. They're keeping me here till 5 p.m. Can you pick me up then? The lunch offer from my voicemail still stands. What are you talking about?
For him to pick me up.
Pardon?
For him to pick me up after work.
No, I'm asking about the lunch offer. I'm not asking about him picking you up.
I felt really bad for him and everything that happened, so I was just trying to make him feel better because if I were in his shoes, I'd want to jump off a bridge at this point.
So what about the lunch offer? What are you talking about?
That's what it was. I offered to get him lunch.
Well, it's 4 o'clock in the afternoon, though. Lunch usually is noon, right?
Well, not for Travis.
And then he says, sure, I'm almost off. Yay. Are you eating? If so, just sit in the counter, right?
Right.
Throughout this whole text message in between you and him, there's no discussion about anything that may have happened on the 21st, is there?
Not in text messages, definitely not.
The answer is no, right?
No.
And in terms of the phone calls that you claim that were being made, there wasn't this barrage of phone calls from him that you didn't respond to. Actually, it was more give and take, wasn't it?
He left a barrage of phone calls at one period of time, yes.
Pardon?
He did. He left a barrage of phone calls.
Well, then let's just take a look at his phone records, okay? So that we can see it.
We'll see you back here at 3:25. Please remember the admonition. You are excused.
All rise. Nowhere in your journal do you ever mention anything about Mr. Alexander in this incident that you claim involving masturbatory conduct, correct?
That's correct.
Take a look at Exhibit 463. This is a listing of telephone calls between you and Mr. Alexander, or from Mr. Alexander's telephone.
Okay.
I understand that those are not your own records, right?
That's right.
And so I don't expect you to vouch for the authentication aspect of it, but we did previously discuss the calls that were involved between you and Mr. Alexander, and you indicated, well, that seems right. the calls that we previously discussed, they're on that sheet, correct?
Not all of the calls, but yes,
The call,
some are.
all the calls that are there, ma'am, are the ones between you and him, correct?
The ones highlighted are between him and I, yes.
Right. There are other calls, but not between you and him, right?
Yes.
And the calls between you and him are the ones that you and I talked about and that you indicated that they seemed right, correct?
They seemed correct, that's right.
And that sheet bears that out, correct?
Yeah, the times are out of order, but I think,
The times are out of order, and they're out of order because they're different switches that carried the calls, right?
I don't know.
But they are out of order, right?
The times are out of order, yes.
Right, but in terms of the calls themselves, we talked about you calling him at 3:53 p.m. You can find that on there, correct?
Yes.
There's a blue marking for those, right?
Yes.
So there's that call, right?
Yes.
And there is no other call on the 21st previous to 3:53 p.m. that you can see, right?
You mean from me to him?
Right. Or from him to you, or from you to him.
From me to him, I don't see any others before 3:53.
Right. And the last call that was made by Mr. Alexander on that telephone, and we talked about these calls, was at 7:11 p.m., right? There are no calls from his phone after that.
I don't see the one at 7-Eleven.
Okay, let me find it for you. The last call period that he made, not just to you, but to anybody. Maybe
Oh,
that was
on the
confusing.
21st?
Right, to anybody.
Okay.
That is the last call that he made, right? There may have been others that called him, but that's the last call that he made.
Oh, I didn't look at who was calling who. It looks like this is the last call from his cell phone on the 22nd, or 21st, my apologies.
Ma'am, this issue involving your allegation that, if I may have it back, your allegation that Mr. Alexander was engaging in masturbation while viewing images of boys and girls, that was subject of a hearing back in August 8th of 2011, wasn't it?
I believe it was.
Well, then let me show you a
Partly.
document to make sure that we're clear, and if I could have it certified.
Before the question begins, I'm going to object to the language related to the hearing on August 8, 2011.
Approach, please.
And previously you talked to us yesterday, Director Examination, about being in jail and doing an interview with Inside Edition, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, you were in jail when you received this magazine, correct?
Yes.
It's addressed to you, correct?
Yes.
And with regard to this magazine, on August 4th, isn't it true that an individual by the name of Ann Campbell came to visit you?
Yes.
And she came by and she started to visit. The visitation began at 1:36, but for you roughly around 1:30 in the afternoon, right?
Yeah, it was in the afternoon.
And that conversation between you and Ann Campbell lasted approximately an hour, correct?
It lasted a long time, from what I remember.
And as part of the process, while you were there, one of the things that, or as part of the visitation, one of the things that you wanted to do was to give 2 magazines to Miss Campbell, correct?
Yes.
And the way it works is that before you give that magazine, it has to go through a guard so that they can give it out to the person, right?
It has to go through a sergeant.
Right. And in this case, that's what happened with this magazine, correct?
Yeah, it goes through, I'm sorry, it goes through an officer, then a sergeant, then another officer.
But you, and bottom line though, is you wanted to give this magazine to Ann Campbell, right?
That one and another one.
Right. The Star magazine, correct?
Yes, it was Star.
Well, let's look at the other magazine. Let's take a look at exhibit number 466. Is this the magazine that you wanted to give to Ann Campbell, 466?
It looks like it.
Well, it's got your name as the addressee, right?
Yes.
And it is a Star magazine, correct?
Yes, that's the one.
And this is the one that went along with the photography magazine, correct?
Yes.
I move for the admission of exhibit 466. Exhibit 465 is called Digital Photo Pro in a magazine, correct?
Yes.
And you previously indicated to us that you're very interested in photography and that sort of thing, right?
Yes, I was.
And that for many years prior to your arrest that you were involved in that sort of thing, right?
Yes.
You took photographs at weddings and all that, and other kinds of photographs, right?
Yes.
And here is the tag that's on there. It does have your name on there, right?
Yes.
Now, inside this magazine, on page 6, we just look at it. Leave the printed numbers to the side and the red numbers to the side. There is some writing in pencil. Can you see it?
Yes.
And can you tell us, if you can, what that says?
Mark Stanek, 520-256-1178, ABC in parentheses.
And you know who Mark Stanek is, right?
Yes.
Mark Stanek is a producer for, or at that time was a producer for ABC News, right?
Yes. Well, I don't know if he was a producer at that time.
But he had visited you on occasion, right?
Yes, about 4 years ago.
Right about the same time that this was going on. Well, let me just show you exhibit number 466. 467, does that refresh your recollection as to when this individual from ABC was visiting you?
Yes.
And what dates did he visit you?
July 8th, 2009 and September 17th, 2009.
Okay. And that's the same individual that's mentioned there, right?
Yes.
You previously indicated to us that with regard to Inside Edition, that they came to visit you and that you really didn't solicit them coming out to the jail to talk to you, right?
That's right.
And that you believe that the guard pushed you into that interview, right?
Inside Edition, yes.
And who was that guard? What's that guard's name?
I don't remember her name. It was 5 years ago almost. She didn't push me. She just encouraged me.
Well, what's the name of this person that encouraged you?
I don't remember her name. They don't wear name tags very often.
But with regard to the visit involving Mark Stanek with ABC News, she had nothing to do with that, right?
No, nothing to do with that one.
And you took his visit, right?
Yes, I did.
You can refuse a visit from anybody you want, correct?
Yes,
And you did not refuse his visit, right?
that's right.
Now, let's take a look at another page, page 20. And there are some words there on page 20. And they're kind of hard to find, but they're in pencil, right? The writings?
I haven't seen him.
Those are in pencil, right?
It looks like it, yes.
Pardon?
It looks like it, yes.
Well, no, take a look at it. We want to make sure.
Yes, it is.
And where you are living currently, they do not allow pens, right?
That's right.
They only allow pencils, right?
Yes.
And on this page number 20, it says, read it for me.
You testify so.
Okay. Page 37. And you would agree that the one on page 20 is kind of hard to find. It's kind of right here near the spine of the book, right?
It seems like it, yeah.
Page 37. Has some more writing on it. See that right there? And again, if the glare is too much, let me know and I'll work at it.
It looks like it said, oh, you want me to read it? I'm sorry.
Yes, please.
It looks like it says, we can fix this.
We can fix this, right?
Right.
Page 40. Has some more writing on it, and the lighting's not so good, but it says, what does it say?
Looks like it says directly contradicts what I've been saying for over a year.
Okay. And the publishing date on this item is August 2011, correct?
That's correct.
Page 43 says what?
It says, you fucked up what you told my attorney the next day.
Okay. And then page 54 says, what?
Interview was excellent, must talk ASAP.
And 56 says, what?
Get down here ASAP and see me before you talk to them again and before.
Doesn't seem to make much sense, but let me mark an exhibit for you. Take a look at Exhibit 468. This contains the pages and what was written on them, doesn't it? And if you need the book, let me know.
Yes.
I move for the admission of Exhibit 468.
Objection is the foundation.
Correct. In summary, this is what we've just covered, correct, in the magazine?
That's correct.
Let's take a look at the Star magazine, which is Exhibit 466. And this is addressed to you, correct?
Yes.
And the date? Can you see that February 6, 2012?
I see July 25th, 2011 up in the corner and February 6th, 2012 there.
If we go to page 82, because if we look at this exhibit number 468, what is written here doesn't seem to make sense, correct?
Not offhand, no.
But if we then go to exhibit 466, there are some numbers at the bottom of that, and they're in pencil, aren't they?
Yes.
And what are those numbers, ma'am?
My understanding is that they're page numbers.
That may be your understanding, but what are the numbers?
Oh, I'm sorry. 43, 40, 56, 20, 37, 54.
Okay. If we then arrange with an exhibit 468, according to those numbers, ma'am, I want you to take a look at an exhibit. $469. Does Exhibit 469 have those statements in the order as set out in the Star magazine?
Yes.
Move for the admission of exhibit number 469.
No objection, Your Honor.
Overruled Exhibit 469 is admitted.
Take a look at it. Read it, please.
You fucked up. What you told my attorney next day directly contradicts what I've been saying for over a year. Get down here ASAP and see me before you talk to them again and before you testify so we can fix this. Interview was excellent. Must talk ASAP.
And ma'am, this was written in these two magazines 4 days, when you attempted to transfer them, 4 days before a hearing on August 8th of 2011, correct?
I don't know when they were written.
Well, this magazine, the Star magazine, as well as the photography magazine, you attempted to transfer those back on August 4th, 4 days before this hearing, right?
Just the magazines, yes.
And I know you keep saying just the magazines. The magazines have your name on them, correct?
Yes, I'm only allowed to release my own property.
Ma'am, I understand that, but those magazines have your name on them, right?
Yes,
And those magazines were in your possession on August 4th of 2011, right?
yes.
And those magazines you had with you when you went to meet with Ann Campbell, right?
I brought them almost to the visit, but they don't go with me to see her.
Excuse me?
They don't go with me to see her. They get passed off to several different
I
officers.
understand, but you brought them from your cell, correct?
Yes,
And you, at that point, at some point during the visit, requested that these magazines be given to Ann Campbell, right?
yes,
These two magazines that we're talking about here, correct?
correct.
And that was actually done. And you're trying to tell us about the process. Why don't you tell us what the process is?
The process is when you want to release property, you have to fill out a request. You have to state your request fairly specifically, what you're releasing, the title of what you're releasing. At least those are the rules now. They've updated it. It was more generic then. And then it is given to an officer who inspects it and then gives it, when it passes inspection, it's given to a sergeant who approves it, and then it's passed off to either, I think it's called, there's a control center. It's given to that officer, and then it's given to visitation officer. So when the visitor leaves, they pick up the property and go.
And that's how this, and you attempted to use that process to get these magazines to Ann Campbell, right?
Yes,
And shortly before August 4th, do you know somebody by the name of Matthew McCartney?
yes, I do.
Shortly before this August 4th date, and by shortly I mean within the month, you know that Mr. McCartney was interviewed by the prosecutor, right?
I think it was around that time.
You were in contact with Mr. McCartney about the interview, right? In other words, you let him know that this interview with the prosecutor was going to take place, right?
I think my attorney let him know.
Well, isn't it true that in a telephone that you spoke with Mr. McCartney on the telephone about the requested interview by the prosecutor, Juan Martinez?
I believe that is true.
And that interview took place within approximately a month of this August 11th date of the hearing, right?
I wasn't told when it was taking place, but it was close to that time.
And Mr. McCartney is the individual that you testified about previously with whom you had this relationship with, right?
Yes,
And he's somebody that you dated, what, in 2001?
2000 and 2001.
And he's the individual that you said that, well, we kind of broke up because, well, why don't you tell us why you broke up with him? Why you think you broke up with him?
Because he cheated on me.
And you're saying that he cheated on you with somebody named Brianna, right?
Bianca.
Bianca? And what happened with regard to that incident is that he cheated on you, you heard about it, and you heard about it while you were at work, right?
Yes.
Was this at the Purple Plum?
This was at Applebee's.
Applebee's, and you decided to drive about an hour and a half to confront Bianca, right?
Yes.
Because you needed to find out, right?
I needed to know, yes.
You needed to know. Isn't that sort of the same thing that you did with Mr. Alexander in August of 2007 when you saw him kissing with somebody, that you went and you asked him about what was going on the night before because you needed to know, right?
Yes.
And so you went up to, was it Crater Lake?
Yes.
And you went up to Crater Lake, and this is the place where they have people living in not subsidized housing, but housing that is provided by the employer, right?
Yes, they're like dorms.
And you were able to find where this Bianca was, right?
Yes.
How was it that you were able to find this Bianca if you had never had contact with her?
I asked a mutual friend, and he told me what room she was in. So I
Which
went and knocked
mutual
on
friend did? Go ahead, I'm sorry.
So I just went and knocked on that door.
Which mutual friend did you ask?
I believe his name was Steve.
And is this the individual that you said that acted really gay, right?
He was gay, and he was acting very frantic.
Right. And you indicated that when you came over there, he started to act really frantic, right?
Yes.
And he started to act really frantic just at the sight of you, right?
I think because I was asking about Bianca, and he knew about the affair.
Well, he saw you, and you started to talk to him, right?
Yes.
When you started to talk to him, did you immediately indicate to him that you wanted to talk about Bianca?
Not about, but to.
So you indicated you wanted to talk to Bianca, right?
Yes.
And immediately, or shortly thereafter, he started to get all flustered, right? Would that be correct or not?
Not when I saw him, but when I went to her room to knock.
So you start talking to him about Bianca, and he tells you what place, the room she's staying in, right?
Yes.
And he goes with you, right?
No, he told me the wrong room.
He gave, initially, when you went to see him, he gave you the wrong room, right?
Yes.
And you went to that wrong room.
Yes.
And when you went to that wrong room, did you speak to the people there?
I knocked, nobody answered.
In the meantime, Steve had gone somewhere else, right?
Yes.
He had gone to where Bianca was, right?
Yes.
But you didn't tell Steve why you were there, right?
Just that I wanted to talk to Bianca.
Right, but you didn't tell him why you wanted to talk to her, right?
No, not why.
No. And it was kind of an unannounced visit, right?
Yes.
And so he took it upon himself, without any prompting from you, to give you the wrong place and then go and talk to Bianca, right?
Yes. Oh.
And then you went, and how is it that you were able to find Bianca's room?
I thought maybe I misheard him and transposed some numbers, so I reversed the two last numbers. It was a three-digit dorm, and I had the right floor, but I just went to the opposite number.
So do you remember the number?
No.
So you went there, and when you got to the door, you heard that there was talking inside, right?
Yes.
And there was talking inside. Would it be characterized as excited inside?
Steve's voice, yes.
Right, and this is the one that you said he was sort of acting gay over dramatic, right?
Yes, dramatic.
And you attributed that to the fact that he was gay, though, right?
It was a feminine tone, so yes.
Well, no, I mean, part of what you told us before was that, well, he's kind of gay and he's kind of that way, and so that he was being dramatic, right?
He is gay and he was acting dramatic.
And that's what you told us, right?
Yes.
It could have also been that it wasn't because he was gay, it was because he was concerned that you were there, that he was excited, right?
Well, I never said that he was...
Overruled. You may answer.
I never said he was acting that way because he's gay. I just said the tone of voice, I remember it because it was very feminine and very frantic, almost like a woman.
But you're the one that brought up the fact that he was gay, right?
Yes.
And explaining this to us, right?
Yeah, when I was describing it.
Right. And so you were able to hear his voice through the door, right?
Yes.
And it was an excited tone.
Yes.
And that excited tone could be for a myriad of reasons, but one of them was that you were there unannounced, right?
That's right.
And it could be that he was, for whatever reason, excited, or that term, he was excited that you were there, right?
Yeah, it calls for speculation. We don't know why he's excited.
Rephrase the question.
He had, his demeanor when you arrived changed after you asked for Bianca, right?
I didn't notice it change. I just noticed it different after I went to knock on her door.
And his demeanor changed to the fact that he was more excited, for lack of a better term,
Yes.
right?
Frantic.
And you began to knock on the door, right?
Yes.
Nobody answered, right?
No, they answered.
Initially, right?
Bianca answered. Oh,
No,
the first
not
door?
initially.
Do you mean the first door?
The second door. Didn't you say before that you went to that door, you knocked on that door, and nobody answered initially? You heard them talking.
For a second before she came to the door, yeah.
So, so you were there long enough to hear them excitedly talking, right?
Not her, just him.
And how long were you standing there before the door was open?
I'd say 5 seconds or less.
She opened the door, right?
Yes.
And did you recognize her? Well, you did recognize her from her photograph, right?
It looked to be the same person.
Right. And you began to talk to her, right?
Yeah, I asked if she was Bianca.
Right. You began to talk to her, right?
Yes.
And you started to talk to her, and you brought up the subject of Matt McCartney, right?
Yes.
She didn't bring it up, right?
That's right.
And you started to talk to her, and you started to ask her whether or not they had a relationship, right?
Yes.
And you were able to determine that they did, in fact, have a relationship, right?
Yes.
And you were able to determine that they, in fact, had been intimate, right?
She indicated they had not had sex, but intimate somewhat, yes.
And, ma'am, at that time, when this was going on, you weren't living with Mr. McCartney, right?
No, I was
You
in
had-
Ashland.
Pardon?
I was in Ashland.
And he was where?
He lived at, well, he had moved away from Crater Lake. He had lived at Crater Lake that summer, and now he moved back to Phoenix with his dad at that point.
And your belief was that you and he were still boyfriend and girlfriend at the time, right?
That was my belief.
Actually, he may have had a different belief, as you came to know later, right?
Yes.
He did not believe that you and he had a relationship, but were not boyfriend and girlfriend at the time, right?
I don't know if that was his belief.
Well, you've spoken to him about it, right?
Yes.
And based on your conversation, do you have a belief, don't you have a belief that at that time, he didn't think that you and he were boyfriend and girlfriend?
Based on that conversation, my belief was that he knew he had
Pardon?
messed up, and he was very sorry for it.
But how long did this conversation take with Bianca?
We actually sat and chit-chatted for about an hour.
And this was at your request, right?
Initially, yeah, I initiated the contact.
And for an hour, you received information about what her relationship was with Mr. McCartney, right?
He wasn't the whole conversation, but initially, yes.
Well, you weren't there to visit with her because you'd driven an hour and a half, right?
Can you say that again?
Well, you weren't there just to chit-chat with her, right?
That wasn't the point of the drive, no.
I mean, you wanted to find out what the heck was going on with Mr. McCartney, right?
Absolutely.
And so it's fair to say that this wasn't a situation where you were just sitting there chit-chatting about her job or anything like that. It was because you were interested in finding out what was going on, right?
Yes.
And you were satisfied after speaking to her for about an hour what was going on.
I was satisfied pretty early on, not just the hour.
And in fact, isn't it true that you became a bit excited or upset during that conversation?
No.
At any time did you raise your voice to Bianca?
Definitely not. I was in her home.
And in this place, Crater Lake, was what, an hour and a half from where you were living in Ashland, right?
About 70 miles.
But it's an hour and a half driving, right?
I think so, yes. About an hour and a half.
And then after that, where did you go?
After that, it was very late. I didn't want to drive the hour and a half back because I'd fall asleep. So I went and stayed at in a mutual friend's dorm. There were two.
And what's that friend's name?
Eddie.
Eddie what?
Eddie Lee.
And how did you know Eddie Lee?
I knew him because his parents also owned a restaurant in Wairika, as did my parents at that time. And
How old were you when this was happening?
how old was I?
Yes.
I believe I just turned 21.
And your parents still own a restaurant, right?
No, not at that time.
They had owned one up to how old were you when they
I think
stopped?
I was 16 when they closed it the first time, 16 or 17.
Right about the time you moved out of their home.
It was I moved out after they closed it.
And growing up, they had more than one restaurant, though, right?
Yes.
And how many restaurants did your family have?
Total that I know of. Six or seven?
And growing up, there really wasn't any financial problems, was there?
Early on, there was not.
And early on, there were trips to Disneyland, for example, right?
Yes, when I was very young.
And when you say very young, we're talking up to 6, 7, or 8, right?
Under 10.
And during that time, it was what has been described as what you've described as an idyllic sort of environment, right?
Yes, somewhat.
And then at some point, the restaurant issue started. There became an issue with the restaurants, right?
Yes, I believe. My understanding is it was an issue.
And Mr. McCartney, where was he living at the time that you went to see Bianca?
He was living in Phoenix, Oregon with his dad.
And he had a room there, correct?
I believe he had his own room there, yes.
And sometimes when Mr. McCartney, what town did he live in again?
Phoenix, Oregon?
And after this conversation, you and he broke up, right?
Yes, after he got back from Borrego Springs.
Pardon?
After he returned from Borrego Springs, that's where he was that night.
Okay, he came up, and what town did you meet in? Phoenix? Is that where you met?
Yes.
And that's when you decided that was the end of it, right? You decided that, right?
I don't remember. It was just a lot of tears, and it was obvious that the trust was gone and there was not any kind of relationship anymore.
And basically, that's the same reason why you and Mr. Alexander broke up, because according to you, the trust was gone, right?
That's right.
And so after the trust is gone with Mr. McCartney, though, you still continue sort of seeing him, don't you?
There were some blurred boundaries, but we were not boyfriend-girlfriend.
And in fact, you even stayed together at Crater Lake or Ventana Inn together after this, right? After you broke up, right?
We crashed in a tent for 2 weeks, but we were not together at Ventana.
But you did have intercourse with him after this breakup, didn't you? Do you remember telling us that on direct examination?
Yes, one time.
One time, but you did though, right?
Yes.
And did he continue to live at his parents' house?
He moved down to Ventana to find work also. He was looking for seasonal work.
Right, and at Ventana, this is where they have the places to stay as part of the job, right?
Yes, more employee housing.
And where were you when he was at Ventana?
I was hired at Ventana first, and then he applied for a job right after me, and he was hired also.
And you and he were not sharing, were you sharing the same bed or not?
After I got housing, no, we were not.
Right. Isn't it true that after you got housing, though, you would, when he wasn't around, go over to wherever he was staying and stay in his bed?
He didn't have a bed, he lived in a tent, and no, that's not true.
So, how long did you continue to see him?
Well, we were no longer romantic. We just hung out more like friends.
But you've continued to be friends up to this day, though, haven't you?
We've sort of lost contact, but yeah, we're still friends.
And, well, you at least had contact with him involving the interview with the prosecutor, though, right?
I believe I did, but I know my attorneys did for sure.
I'm not interested in what your attorneys did. I'm interested in what you did. Isn't it true that you had contact with him, right?
Yes.
And when you made your trip down from Wairika to kill Mr. Alexander, you stopped in the Monterey area, didn't you?
I can't answer your question the way it's phrased.
You didn't stop in the Monterey, didn't drive through the Monterey area?
I did stop in the Monterey area.
And one of the people that you saw in the area was Matthew McCartney, right?
Yes.
And did he live in Seaside then?
I believe he lived in Pacific Grove.
And that's the same?
Or Monterey. I mean, the border is like, they were right next to each other.
And so you actually stopped to see him back on June 3rd of 2008, right?
Yes.
And in fact, you spent the night with him June 2nd to the morning of June 3rd, right?
Yes, I crashed on the floor.
But you spent the night with him, right?
Not with him, no.
Okay, you spent the night at his apartment, right?
Him and his roommate, yes.
Okay, he and his roommate had an apartment. You spent the night there, correct?
It was like a house. I stayed the night there in the room that they shared.
In the house, they had a room together, both of them, right?
Yes.
And you stayed in the same room with these two individuals, right?
Yes, on the floor.
All right. And the three of you were in the room, though, is the point then, right?
Yes, when we slept, yes.
And you guys went to sleep around midnight, and you got up at what time the next morning, which would have made it the 3rd. What time did you get up?
I don't know what time we went to sleep, and I woke up sometime in the morning.
And did he go with you to see Mr. Brewer or not?
No.
And so you, after seeing him, though, there, you parted ways, and you left, right? And went to Salinas, right?
Yes, I did. Yes, I went to Salinas.
Pardon?
I went to Salinas.
And how far is Salinas from Pacific Grove, Seaside, Monterey, whatever the area is? How far is it?
My recollection is that it's between 20 and 30 minutes, depending on the traffic.
And you were sort of detouring to Salinas for some cosmetic work, right?
Well, I had to go to Salinas anyway to get on the road because I have to take Highway 1 south. I mean 101, excuse me, south.
But you did go, when you went to Salinas, you did get some cosmetic work, right?
Yes, my nails.
Right, and you said it took a long time, right?
Yes.
And what kind of place was that in Salinas?
It was at a strip mall, somewhat.
What was the name of it? How about that?
Oh, I don't know. It was one of those little operations where people are just coming and going. There was a long wait.
And they only do nails, according to you, there?
It looked like they did pedicures also. I don't remember if there was hair or not, but just definitely nails and feet.
But it could have been a place, a salon, where they also did hair, right?
It might have been.
And do you remember the name of this place at all?
No.
Overruled. What time did you get to Salinas?
I don't remember.
And how long were you in Salinas?
A few hours. I don't remember. I know that I wanted to get on the road, but...
So what time did you get on the road?
It was still light out, but I don't remember the time.
This was after you had been over to Mr. Brewer's house, right?
Yes.
You were there for a time, and then you left Mr. Brewer's house, right?
Yes.
And then you went back to return something, right?
If I remember from his recollection, I kind of remember it.
Well, I'm not asking for his, I'm asking for your recollection. Do you remember coming back and giving him something?
I remember... I don't actually remember it.
Then I don't want you to tell me if you don't remember anything.
Yeah.
Judge?
Yes, all right, ladies and gentlemen, Monday, 10:30. Please remember the admonition. Have a nice weekend. You are excused. please be seated. The record will show the jury has left the courtroom. Ms. Arias, you may step down. Counsel, anything else for today? Thank you. Pardon?
These particular issues, and then I'll ask you whether or not that is you on this particular excerpt, okay?
Okay.
You did grant interviews to people from 48 Hours, didn't you?
Yes.
There were 2 interviews, right?
Yes.
There was one in Wairika, correct?
Yes.
With Jonathan Leach was the person asking the questions, right?
Right.
And then there was another here at the jail, correct?
Yes.
And were these incidents involving physical violence that you claim that Mr. Alexander perpetrated on you? Things like him hitting you. Do you remember we talked about those?
Yes.
We talked about 2 of them specifically. We talked about one in August of 2007, and then we talked about one that you claim took place on January 22nd of 2008. Do you recall that we talked about that?
I didn't, well, not really, because I didn't consider the August 2007 one to be physical violence.
Well, but we did talk about that one. That's the one, so that we're clear, where you came over to his house uninvited, right?
No, I was
Well,
not uninvited.
Do you remember that you told us that the day before you came over to his house uninvited?
No, I called him first.
Okay, so you called him. You went over to his house, right?
Yes.
And you went to the back part of the house, right?
To the side. Yes.
Right, and you looked in through the sliding glass door, right?
No, I went around to the back after the side and then looked in through the window, not the sliding glass door.
All right, so you looked inside the house, right?
Yes.
And by the light of the television, you were able to see that he was making out, right?
Yes.
And this is the one that you told us it was Mr. Alexander and an unknown female, right?
Yes.
That was buttoning up her bra, right?
Rehooking it.
What is that?
Rehooking it.
Rehooking the bra. And the next day, which would have still been August of 2007, you went to talk to him about it, right?
Yes.
Because you felt that he owed it to you, even though you weren't dating, right?
I don't know that I thought that far ahead. I just wanted to know.
Well, you did go over there, didn't you?
Yes.
And you went over there even though you weren't dating, right?
We weren't exclusively dating, right?
Well, do you remember that we talked about this last Thursday and you said, no, we weren't dating, but he was courting me. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
Okay, so you do remember that you weren't dating, right?
Well, it's about terminology. We went on dates, but we weren't boyfriend, girlfriend.
Okay, you weren't in a situation where you were boyfriend and girlfriend, right?
That's right.
You had just broken up in June of 2007, right?
Yes.
And so he's with another woman and you feel you have the right to go confront him the next day, right?
Yes.
And this is the situation that you told us that he started chasing you down the hallway, right?
Yes.
And he grabbed your wrist.
Yes.
So that was one incident that we talked about last Thursday. Then we talked about another incident. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And that was the one on January 22nd of 2008 where you claim that he kicked you in the little finger and broke it, right?
That's right.
Well, ma'am, there was also another time that you claimed there was physical violence, and that was in early March of 2008, right?
Yes.
And this is the time that you told him that you were going to be moving to California, right?
Yes, when we argued about it.
Ma'am, I'm asking you whether or not that was the time that you told him that you were going to California. Yes or no?
That's correct.
It was a day when the both of you were going over to some sort of tax seminar, something like that, right? Do you remember telling me that?
Yes.
And according to you, you were in the car, and he reached over after you told him that, and he hit you on the side of the face, right?
Not immediately after I told him that, and it wasn't the face. We argued first.
Okay, the side of the head, right?
Kind of, more the neck area. John.
Okay, the neck area. He hit you, right?
Yes.
And this was in the car, right?
Yes.
While you guys were arguing or talking about it, right?
Yes.
That's a lie, isn't it?
No.
Objection, argumentative.
Overruled.
No,
Isn't
it
it?
isn't.
Isn't it?
No.
Well, do you remember that you kept a journal for that day, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
And do you remember, I'm going to have it marked, as to that entry?
Yes.
I'm going to show you the full entry, which is Exhibit 471. If you need to compare it to the original, let me know and I will give it to you. Would you like to compare it to the original?
No, thank you.
That is a true and accurate copy of the entry of March 2nd, 2008 in your journal, correct?
Yes.
It was a Sunday, right?
Yes.
I move for the admission of Exhibit 471.
Yes, we'd like to see the original, and see what was removed from this exhibit.
Yes.
And for the record, I'm handing counsel Exhibit 242.002.
You may.
Yes,
And that is your signature at the end of that submission, right?
just my initials.
And that signifies that's the end of that particular entry, correct?
Yes,
There is another entry that deals with March 2nd of 2008, right?
yes,
And it's something that you do sometimes in your journal. You enter more than one entry per day sometimes, right?
yes.
Okay, I may have that back. I move for the admission of exhibit number 471.
471 is admitted.
Judge, I think we have to turn the monitor on. And ma'am, this is an entry for Sunday, March 2nd of 2008, correct?
Correct.
And if the day before would have been March 1st of 2008, correct?
That's right.
And that would have been a Saturday, right?
Yes,
And the day before would have been the last, or the Friday, would have been the last day of February, right?
yes.
And do you remember whether or not that was leap year?
No, I don't remember.
It could have been February 29th, though, right? If
Could
it was
have.
leap year.
Yes,
So it starts out that you're writing on Sunday and you say, well, I didn't get back to writing last night, which would have been Saturday night, right?
yes,
And so then you sort of recap what's going on. You say, let's see, Friday, which is the last day of February, right?
right.
I went over to T-Dogs. T-Dog is a name for Travis Alexander, right?
Yes, his nickname.
For a while to clean, right? And then it says, shortly thereafter, he went out to go rock climbing with Mimi Hall. Their third date or second and a half date, really no third, right?
Yes,
He said it went really well. And then you say, I accidentally fell asleep, so I was there when he returned, right?
yes.
So you were asleep in his house when he came back from a date, correct?
That's right.
And so if he is out on a date and you know about it, why is it that you feel that back in August of 2007, you can confront him about it? If it's the same situation.
It wasn't the same situation at this time.
Oh, at this time, you really knew that it was over then, right?
I knew we weren't getting married.
Which is different than knowing that it's getting over, right?
What do you mean?
Well, you said you knew you weren't getting married. I'm asking you whether or not the relationship was over, not whether or not you were going to get married.
It wasn't over on March 2nd.
It wasn't over at all. In fact, even after that, you continued to have intercourse with him, right?
Yes,
Where did you fall asleep?
I think it was on the love sack upstairs.
It was where?
On the love sack upstairs.
And the love sack is right outside his room, right?
Yeah, outside all 4 bedrooms.
Then you talk about what you were supposed to do, but anyway, you say, anyway, and that happened on Friday that you fell asleep, right?
If that's the day I'm referencing, yes.
Yeah. Then you talk about the next morning, which is Saturday, March 1st, right?
Right,
You said that he picked you up so that you could go to the tax seminar. And that's the day that you previously told us involved this physical violence, right?
that's right.
You said, but we ended up not going. He bought me some. It says something fast. Would you agree that that's breakfast?
Yes,
And Feli's would be Filiberto's, correct?
yes,
And you were grateful for it. And then you say, anyway, on the way back home, I told him my plans to move back to Wairika and that I probably wouldn't be plugging into the PPL events anymore, right?
Yes,
That's what you said precipitated the argument and the fighting, right?
that's right.
Well, then you say this will keep us both, this will help us both move on and close the gap. What gap are you talking about?
It's a figure of speech.
Oh, so what gap are you talking about?
It's not about a gap, it's a figure of speech.
Meaning what?
Meaning close the relationship between us as far as physical and that kind of thing.
So this is closing, this is saying that you are now going to be separate and apart and no more sex, right?
That was my goal.
Is that yes? Is that what that means, yes or no?
That's what that means.
You say one thing that I really miss about Arizona is that there are so many awesome Mormons my age, and I've met tons of incredible people that I've come to love and really cherish their friendship, right?
Right.
And then it says, well, Travis and I talked some more in his car. That's the place that you told us that he backhanded you, right?
That's right.
And we were able to say some things, at least I was. When you're talking about I was, you're the person who was able to tell him how you felt, right?
Yes.
And you did it in the car, right?
Yes.
And it doesn't say anything there that he backhanded you, does it?
No, of course not.
Well, why not of course? You were free to write it down, right?
Yeah, but I would never do that.
I'm not asking if you would have done it, ma'am. Isn't it true that there's nothing there that says about that?
No, of course not.
You keep saying of course not. You were free to do it, weren't you?
Yeah, but I wouldn't have.
But you didn't do it, right?
No, of course not.
Is this the same like with the interview with the detective, where you could have told him the truth, but you chose not to?
No, this is different, but that's
It's
what
the
I
same
did.
sort of circumstance with the detective, right? You could have told Detective Flores everything, right?
That much is true, yes.
But you had a reason why you didn't tell the detective that, right?
Yes.
And so now you're telling me, well, I could have written more here, but you have a different reason, right?
A similar reason, but different.
You had a different reason, right?
Yes.
So if it isn't in there and you're telling me that it happened, then there's an issue as to whether or not it did happen, isn't there?
Not to me, it happened to me.
Of course not to you. I'm asking you whether or not there's the appearance, at least, since you didn't write anything about it in there, that it never happened, right?
Objection argumentative, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Didn't happen, did it, ma'am?
Objection argumentative. May we approach?
You may approach.
Handed you while you were in the car, didn't you?
Again, objection argumentative, Judge.
Well, you may answer.
No, I didn't lie.
So then you write, and it was the beginning of a bittersweet closure, right?
That's right.
And closure meaning you were done, you both were going to move on, right?
Yes.
He is my best friend in the whole, is that wide world? Is that what it says?
Whole world.
So he is your best friend in the whole world. And you're saying that about an individual who just hit you, right?
Yes.
That speaks against that, doesn't it?
Objection argumentative.
That was the
Sustained.
goal.
Sustained.
It is so unimaginable to live without him. But it has to be this way. It will be better for both, I think. Right?
Right.
And you're talking about moving away so that you won't have any contact with him, right?
Physical contact, yes.
Oh, so you don't mind the telephone, it's the physical contact that's the problem, right?
It had been a problem in our relationship.
That's not what I'm
So-
asking you. I'm asking you whether or not the physical problem was the physical contact was the problem.
It was part of the problem.
And it's okay, though, if you're up there in Wairika, to have phone sex, though, right?
Not technically, it's not okay.
When you say technically, what does that mean? I'm talking about you're the one that is telling us it will be better for both of you, this distance. So is phone sex okay or not?
It's not okay for our religion.
I'm not asking about your religion. I'm asking, well, let me do it this way. You keep talking about the Mormon religion, but you can't even tell me about going to family home evening, can you?
I had to work on Monday nights.
Ma'am, can you tell me about family home evening?
Yes.
I thought you couldn't yesterday. All right, then let's talk about family home, or Thursday. Let's talk about family home evening. It starts at about 7 o'clock, doesn't it?
Depends on the ward,
Yes or no? Doesn't it start about 7 o'clock?
I guess.
Sustained.
And it can go until about 8 o'clock, right? It's a 1-hour meeting, right?
It depends.
It depends on what?
The ward, the activity.
Okay, how about your ward? When would it go to?
I think it was about an hour. I don't remember the start time.
So if it started at 7, it would go to 8. If it started at 7:30, it would go to 8:30, right?
Typically, yes.
And afterwards, there would be activities, right?
FHE was the activity.
So there were no activities afterwards where the young people got together then, according to you, the ones that you went to.
There might have been.
When you say there might have been, weren't you there to know? I thought you said you were very Mormon.
I usually worked on Monday night.
So you don't know then, is what you're telling me. Why don't you just tell me you either do or you don't? Just tell me either way.
I told you what I know.
So you know that you don't really know what happens, is what you're telling me, right?
Objection, compound question.
Restate your question.
You don't know what happens at family home evenings, right?
I only know what's happened at the ones
Yes
that
or
I've
no, ma'am?
attended.
I'm not asking you. Yes or no? You don't really know what happened at family home
I'm
evenings,
trying to
right?
answer your question, but you keep over-talking me.
I'm going to object to that comment by the defendant. She should be instructed to answer.
Sustained. Can you answer that?
I can't.
The question.
Then it talks about what happened in terms of the physical contact between you and Mr. Alexander, doesn't it?
Part of the physical contact.
Pardon?
Part of it.
It doesn't say part there, does it?
No.
It says what happened, doesn't it?
It says part of what happened.
Does it say, this is part of what happened? Is that, it doesn't say that there, ma'am, does it?
Objection, ask and answer argumentative.
Overruled. To me, answer.
Will you repeat that?
It doesn't say, this is part of what happened. It just lays out what happened, doesn't it?
It lays out what I wrote.
And which is what happened, right?
Yes, that did happen.
Okay? And it says, I leaned in to give him a hug and a kiss on the cheek, right?
That's right.
Doesn't talk anything about getting hit on the side of the head with his hand, does it?
No, he'd already apologized.
Yes or no? Does it say that there?
I said no.
And then you leaned in and you did it to say goodbye, and he turned his head so that our lips met, right?
Yes.
The meeting there was not a hand to the side of your head, it was two lips meeting, right?
Yes.
And then, according to you, it was a series of 3 very tender, very slow, very soft kisses, right?
That's right.
Doesn't talk about anything with the backhand, does it?
Of course not.
Well, you keep saying, of course not. Please take a look at it. Don't say, of course not, when it doesn't say that there.
Objection, she answered his question.
Sustained. Next question.
You love his lips, right? That's what it says.
That's what it says.
And it doesn't say, I love the backhand. It says, I love his lips, correct?
Of course.
When you keep saying, of course, man, we keep going back to this thing that you keep indicating that there's something there when there isn't. These are your written words, right?
That's right.
Pardon?
That's right.
And you were the person who set down your version of the events that occurred in that car, right?
Only the parts I wanted to remember.
Ma'am, does this say this is only parts of what I wanted to remember? It doesn't say that there, does it?
No, I was just answering your question.
My question is, does it include what you wrote, your version of the events inside the car? Yes or no?
Part of them, yes.
You keep saying part. We keep going back and forth, ma'am. This is what you wrote, correct?
That's correct.
It doesn't say that it's just a part of a larger entry, does it?
No.
Then you say that you went inside, you fixed your makeup, and you went to Starbucks, got Travis a Frappuccino. You are now out of the car, right?
Yes.
And you're going to get Mr. Alexander a Frappuccino, right?
That's correct.
And then you took it to his house, right?
Yes.
You drove, right?
Yes.
He dropped you off at your house, right?
Yes.
And the purpose of going back was so that you could pick up some items that he had been storing, right? And so
Yes.
that you could load them in your car, right?
Yes.
But instead of that, you ended up being naughty again, right?
That's right.
So much for closing that gap, right?
Yeah.
And this was as part of this same event, if you will, where your lips met and you had 3 kisses, right?
Yes, part of the makeup.
Right. And then you talk about that being another advantage to you moving away since you guys can't stay away from each other, right?
That's right.
Seems like you were into the sex as much as he was, right?
Yes.
Says that you helped him clean up a little bit more for his UFC party, right?
That's right.
That UFC party would have been that Saturday night, right?
Yes.
And you say that you've never really been into that kind of activity, but you appreciate it, right?
That's right.
And then we have an issue or an individual by the name of Lonnie that's mentioned in the next paragraph, right?
Yes.
And Lonnie is the same individual that we discussed Thursday involving his baptism and the fact that you missed it because you went to have sex with Mr. Alexander, right?
Yes, the same Lonnie.
You actually saw the UFC party at Lonnie's house.
And yes, hello Aaron, welcome to the chat. It's nice to see you. And Aaron says, where is Moki? Yes, Moki should be, she was definitely here. Perhaps she's lurking, or maybe something else came up, but yes, definitely. And shout out to her. She was, earlier we were talking about some of the emails stuff. Ah, yes, absolutely. And happy heavenly birthday to Mike. That is true. And certainly is and we're thankful for her on the spaceship, and shout out to Mike as well. Alright. And we'll continue.
His house, right?
The UFC event, yes.
Right. Then, that evening you get home, and Travis called, correct?
That's correct.
What time did he call?
I don't remember.
And you spoke, according to that, for an hour and a half, until both of you were sleepy, right?
That's right.
Well, it does say that, right?
That's right.
And you made some jokes about Facebook. You talked about how it was if you guys would have children, and how their lips would be such that Angelina Jolie would cry, right?
Right.
And it was just funny, fun talk, right?
Yes.
No indication that you talked about moving there, right?
No.
No indication at all that you talked about any physical violence whatsoever, right?
That's right.
And then you write, I love him, right?
That's right.
And that, at the very bottom, is your signature, right?
Yes.
So, this entry does not corroborate what you told us happened in the car, right?
Right, that's the goal.
That's the what?
The goal.
Did I ask you if it was the goal?
No.
I asked you whether or not it corroborated it. It doesn't, does it?
No.
With regard to that supposed injury that you claim that you received, you didn't call the police, did you?
No.
You didn't tell anybody about it, right?
No.
There is no corroboration anywhere, including your journal, that it even happened, right?
That's right.
All we have is your word, right?
That's right. And my injuries.
Pardon?
My injuries.
And your injuries?
Right.
Let me see a photograph of it, ma'am, so that we can put this to bed.
What are you talking about?
Well, you said that your injuries. Did you take a photograph of the injuries when he hit you?
No, I was referring to other injuries.
I'm talking about that day. Do you have any problem acknowledging that we're talking about this particular day when you're in the car?
I don't have a problem with that.
Okay. Are there photographs of them that we don't know about?
No.
There is no photographic evidence, there's no documentary evidence, and there's no anecdotal evidence, i.e. talking to anybody about it, is there?
I would hope not. Not to my
Well,
knowledge.
I'm not asking you if what you hope. I'm asking you whether or not there is. There isn't, is there?
Not to my knowledge.
Pardon?
Not to my knowledge.
Well, your knowledge is what's important to us. Is there any such items out there that we could look at?
Asked and answered.
All right.
Items, no, but as far as telling
So the
other
answer is
people,
no, right?
as far as items go, that's
I'm
the
talking about,
answer.
are there any photographs?
No photos.
Aside from this writing, are there any other writings?
No.
Is there a police report?
No.
Is there a medical report?
No.
But we do have some text messages, don't we? Let's take a look at them about what happened that night. Take a look at Exhibit 473 and 472. They're basically the same thing, right?
Right.
Except one of them does not include Mr. Alexander's response, right?
That's right.
So this is the give and take between you and Mr. Alexander the evening of March 1st of 2008, right?
Yes.
And in fact, you previously acknowledged that the time that's written there, that's actually is part of the message, is 7 hours too fast, right?
Yes.
Move to the admission of Exhibit 472.
We approach.
You may.
Take a look at the conversation that you had with Mr. Alexander on March 1st of 2008 at 9:28 p.m. Do you see that?
Yes.
And that's you sending him a text, right?
That's right.
And you say, "Hi, sweetie," correct?
Yes.
And this is supposedly after he popped you in the side of the head, right?
It was. We'd already made up.
Ma'am, this is after you claim that he popped you in the side of the head, right?
Yes.
And then you say, I hope you're enjoying your party. You're talking about the UFC party that you previously referenced in exhibit number 471, which is your journal entry, right?
Yes.
At least we know that those correspond and are corroborated, right?
Yes.
And when you say sweetie, that also corresponds to the tone of exhibit number 471, where you talk about his lips and how much you love him, right?
That's right.
And then you're asking to borrow the BMW for church tomorrow, right?
Yes.
Why are you asking to borrow his car?
I can't remember that particular reason, but we were swapping cars back and forth during that time.
Same thing with regard to January 21st of 2008, when you were driving his car, right?
I think I was driving my car that day.
Pardon?
I believe I was driving my car that day.
Do you remember that the text messages talked about the family home evening and how you needed to go pick up the car? Do you remember that?
Yes.
So it's sort of the same issue, right?
Sort of.
And if you drove his BMW to church, that would mean that he would be without a car, right?
No, he would drive mine.
Okay, so why is it that you want to drive his BMW to church? Is it just to show off or what?
No, my car was better than his, so no, that wasn't why.
Well, then what's the reason why you want to drive the BMW?
It's possible that while I used to
Well, I'm
drive...
not asking you to, well, it's possible. I want you to tell me what.
He asked her why, and she's answered.
Objection, speculation, non-responsive.
All right, restate your question.
Ma'am, why did you want to borrow his BMW, if you know?
The only time I borrowed his BMW for church or Monday nights or evenings was so that I could drive the sister missionaries around because my car didn't fit everyone.
So is that what you're saying then, that you wanted to drive the missionaries around?
That would have been why.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know. I only need it for that day, and I'll bring it back before the day is over, right?
Yes.
What time did the services start the next day?
I think my ward started at, well, it was always changing. It changed twice that year, so it was either 12 or 1 o'clock p.m.
And how long did it go?
3 hours.
Then, his response is at 9:32, which is what?
Of course.
And then, at 9:58, what do you say to him?
I say, thanks, baby, you're the best.
And he was the best, wasn't he?
Best at what?
I don't know, you're the one that wrote it. Why don't you tell me?
I wrote that because it made him feel good.
Oh, so you're lying to him then. He's not the best. You just want to make him feel good.
I wasn't lying to him.
Well, didn't you just tell me that you wrote that because you wanted him to feel good, right?
That's right.
The implication with that is that he wasn't the best, that you did not believe that he was the best.
The best at what?
I don't know. You wrote it, right?
Yes.
So why don't you tell me what you meant?
I wanted him to feel good.
Okay, I know you wanted him to feel good. So the only thing that we can take from that, given what you've answered, is that you were lying to him. He was not the best.
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative.
Sustained.
And if you do tell him that he's the best, isn't this the same individual that you claim has just hit you in the side of the head, right?
More the neck, but that's right.
Okay, he's the same individual that hit you on the side of the neck, right?
Yes.
And now you're telling him that he's the best, right?
Yes.
Do you see how that's inconsistent or no?
Objection is argumentative.
Overruled.
It wasn't inconsistent with our pattern.
I'm not asking you if it was inconsistent with your pattern. I'm asking whether or not you can see that you're telling him he's the best after you claim he's hit you on the side of the neck.
Objection, ask and answer. She just answered the same question.
Overruled. You may answer.
It wasn't inconsistent with the apology that followed.
I'm not asking about the apology that followed after this, or that may have followed. I'm asking, isn't it true that it doesn't make sense that you're telling him the best after he hit you at the side of the neck? It doesn't make sense, does it?
Objection, Your Honor, ask and answer.
Overruled. You may answer.
It makes sense because he apologized.
So, is there an apology that came afterwards? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
And Are you saying that it's part of these text messages that the apology came afterwards?
No, but it was part of the 3 tender kisses.
It's what?
Part of the 3 tender kisses that I wrote about in
Oh,
my
I
journal.
see. So when you write that there were 3 tender kisses, which is exhibit number 471, you're telling us that, yeah, well, that's right there, but I just didn't include the fact that he hit me on the side of the neck, right?
Of course not.
Of course not. What? You did not include it in there, did you?
No.
Ma'am, with the same thing with regard to, now we're just talking about the injuries that you claim that you've received. With regard to the injury to the finger, you claim that that happened on January 22nd of 2008, right?
That's right.
There's no, the photograph shows that you don't have an injury to the finger as of May 15th of 2008, doesn't it?
That's not what the photograph shows.
So you're claiming that that photograph shows, and let me just show it to you so that we know what we're talking about. Exhibit 453, you're claiming that that shows the injury to your finger, right?
They're bent, yes. It's
So
hard
you're
to
saying
see.
that, yes, it does show the injury to your left ring finger like you showed us here in court, right? Yeah, yes or no, man? You put up the finger in court, remember you did that? And you're saying that this is the same finger with the same injury, right?
That is the same.
Do you remember, again, talking about whether or not there's anything that's corroborated? You didn't call the police on this, right? The
That's
finger
right.
issue, right?
Of course.
Of course, yes or of course not?
Of course not.
So you didn't, that's a no, right?
No, I did not.
And you didn't go to the hospital to get any medical care, so there's no paperwork to show us on it, right?
That's right.
But there is some other evidence that points to the fact that it happened after January 21 of 2008, right?
Objection, argumentative.
I don't think so.
Well, you had a conversation with Detective Flores. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And do you remember that he looked at your hand?
Yes.
And remember what you told him?
Yes.
And you told him that it happened during the time that these 2 people came in, right?
Yes.
And that then you showed him your finger that was bent, right?
Yes.
It was bent just like you showed us here in court, right?
Yes.
So your prior statements indicate that this injury to your finger didn't happen on January 21 of 2008. It happened on June 4th of 2008, right?
Yes.
And in terms of the injury that you claimed, or the physical violence that occurred in August of 2007, you claim that all he did was grab your hand, right? After he chased you, right?
Yeah, he caught my wrist.
He grabbed you in the wrist, right?
Yes.
And other than minor pain, there's nothing else associated with it, right?
It wasn't painful at all.
And in fact, but you were scared though, right?
Yes.
And in fact, that's one of the things that you related to June 4th when you killed him. You sort of flashed back to that, right?
It was a split-second decision.
Is that yes or no?
I can't say I had a flashback.
Well, can you say that when you testified here in court that you referenced that specific incident as a triggering point involving the murder?
That's correct.
And so that means that you thought about it, right?
I must have.
Pardon?
Yeah, it went through my mind, but it wasn't a flashback.
Okay, so you have a problem with the word flashback, right?
Yes.
So it went through your mind, right?
Yes.
You thought about it, right?
Yes.
And however, the incident in August of 2007, you said didn't hurt, right?
That's right.
And he stopped once he grabbed your wrist, right?
Stopped what?
Whatever he was doing.
Can you be more specific?
No, can you be more specific? What happened after he grabbed your wrist?
After he grabbed my wrist, he pulled me close to him, and he apologized, and he took me in his arms and squeezed me.
Okay, so this event where you're going down the hallway, he grabs you by the wrist, he then apologizes to you, right?
Yes.
And you're saying that just because there's this event where he goes down the hall and he grabs you and he apologizes to you, is the event that you're thinking about at the time that he's coming after you on June 4th of 2008, as you claim?
It's the event I thought about when I decided to go right instead of left.
But isn't this the event where he is screaming, according to you, very loudly, right?
Which event?
The June 4th, 2008 event, right?
I'm sorry, say that again.
On June 4th of 2008, you claim he was very angry with you, right?
Very.
And he was nude, right?
Yes.
He was coming after you, right?
Yes.
And he's going after you down the hallway, right, as you're running, right?
Yes.
And this event, on June 4th of 2008, you say, as he's doing that, you remember the event of August of 2007, right?
Yes.
And in August of 2007, the consequence of that was that he hugged you and he apologized, right?
After he grabbed my wrist. Yes.
Okay, ma'am, fine. He grabs your wrist, he hugs you, and he apologizes, right?
Grabs my wrist and pulls me toward him.
Okay, grabs your wrist, pulls you, apologizes, right?
Yes.
You didn't have any fear when he was apologizing, did you?
Yes, I was stiff with fear.
When he was apologizing?
Yes.
But nothing happened after that, right?
You mean nothing dangerous?
I mean, did he hit you after that?
No.
Did he throw you on the floor?
No.
Did he injure you in any way, shape, or form?
No.
He was just angry according to you and he was apologizing at the same time, apparently.
I don't know about if his contemporaneous, he was angry and then he apologized.
Okay, so he's angry. And he's angry when he grabs your wrist, right?
I don't know.
Well, you were there. You just told us he was angry, right?
Yes.
So he was angry. Was he or wasn't he angry when he grabbed your wrist?
I don't know what his state of mind was when he chose to grab my wrist.
Okay, when you say that he was angry, when do you tell us, or when do you form the opinion that he's angry involving the incident in August of 2007? When do you form that opinion that he's angry?
One, when he let out a scream and palmed the wall down in the laundry room. And then two, when he ran upstairs and started banging his head on the linen closet and repeating something over and over about himself.
Okay, with regard to that, he actually, in that incident in August of 2007, it started downstairs, right?
Yes.
And that's something that you're thinking about back on June 4th of 2008, about an incident that happened downstairs, right?
No.
Well, it's part of the same incident, isn't it?
Yes.
Where he ran away from you, right?
No.
Well, wait a minute. You said it started downstairs on the washer, right?
Yes.
And then he went upstairs. He ran upstairs, is your term, right?
Yes.
You stayed downstairs, right?
Yes, for a few moments.
Yes, you did stay downstairs, didn't you?
Yes.
You let him go to do whatever he was going to do upstairs, right?
Yes.
You didn't know what he was going to do, right?
No.
You weren't afraid at that point, were you?
A little bit.
Well, if you're afraid, then why go after him?
I wanted to know what that sound was.
Well, again, just because you hear a sound and you're afraid, you still think that you want to go investigate?
Yeah, he'd never hit me at that point.
Well, I'm not asking you if he had hit you at that point. Did I?
No.
I'm asking you your state of mind, which is what we want to know, right? This is what you've been talking about, right?
Yes.
And you're downstairs, your state of mind is that he's angry, right?
My state of mind was that I was concerned. My conclusion was that he was angry.
Okay. Your state of mind is now different than your conclusion, right?
Somewhat, yeah.
Okay, so your conclusion that he was angry was formed downstairs, right?
Yes.
And this conclusion that he was angry was with you when you went upstairs, right?
Yes.
This conclusion that he was angry did not instill any fear in you, did it?
When he palmed the wall, it scared me.
Pardon?
When he hit the door frame, with his palm, it scared me.
Was this downstairs?
Yes, in the laundry room.
All right, and when you were downstairs and he strikes his palm against something inanimate, You get scared, right?
Yeah, the impact.
So now your state of mind is that you are scared and that he's angry, right?
Yes, I'm concerned for him also.
You're also concerned, right? You didn't pick up the phone to call 911, did you?
No,
So there's no corroboration of that incident from that, right?
no.
What damage did he cause to the door?
Which door?
The one that he hit, that's the only door that we're talking about, right? Do you know of a different door that he hit?
Yes.
Didn't you just tell me that he hit one door?
I said he palmed the door frame.
Okay, so he hit the door frame. Was there any damage to the door frame downstairs when you guys were having this fight back in August of 2007 when you had the state of mind that you were afraid? What? Tell me. Was there a photograph of it?
No,
So we don't have any corroboration of that, right?
that's right.
You didn't tell anybody about this incident, did you?
No,
So nobody knows about it, right?
I don't think so.
Well, how would they know about it if you didn't tell them?
I don't know who he told.
So you think he was walking around telling people these things? Did you ever hear anybody say that he was saying these things?
I think I did.
Okay, who? Give me a name.
They were in his text messages.
Who's that?
They were in his text messages.
In his text messages to you, he said, I hit the door?
No.
In his text messages to who then?
Oh, I didn't say hit the door. I meant referencing that event.
I'm talking about hitting the door. We having problems communicating here? I'm talking about hitting
Yes.
the door. He did tell that to somebody?
No, yes, we're having problems communicating.
Did he tell somebody about it? Yes or no?
About hitting the door
The door, yes,
frame?
that's what we're talking about.
Because he didn't hit the door downstairs. He hit the door frame. The door was open. And I
All
don't
right.
know if he told anyone or not.
Hitting the door frame. Do you have a name of somebody that Mr. Alexander told that he hit the door frame?
No,
So there's no corroboration there, right?
that's right.
And you never told anybody that you were scared or anything like that, right?
No,
So we don't have any corroboration there, though, right?
that's right.
But you were not scared enough to stay downstairs, right?
That's right.
You decided to go upstairs, right?
Yes,
And you go upstairs, and you're hearing a thump, thump, thump noise, right?
yes.
And the curiosity gets the better of you, right?
Concern.
Okay, the concern gets the better of you, even though you are what? Are you mildly scared or no?
I'm alarmed. I'm stunned.
Okay, you're alarmed and stunned. As you go upstairs, you're alarmed and you're stunned. Why are you alarmed and stunned if you don't know what's going on upstairs?
Because the only other thing he'd ever hit before was my car.
Okay. So you're alarmed and you're stunned, and you're in this house where you're hearing this thump, 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 right?
That's right.
It never occurred to you to call 911, did it?
No,
So then you go upstairs, and he's not any danger to you up there, is he?
Objection, cause for speculation.
Sustained.
Did you perceive any danger to you?
not immediately.
I'm asking, when you got there, did you perceive any danger to you?
After I got there, yes.
When you got there is my question, ma'am. Did you perceive any danger to you?
Objection, has been answered.
Sustained.
So
Not
you-
immediately. Oh,
So
I'm
you
sorry.
get there, right? And he's thumping his head against what?
The linen closet door.
And this is the door that is next to this is the closet that's next to the sink, right?
That's right.
And if we're using the directional, that's north of the sink, right?
Yes,
And it's down the hallway where he ended up finally with his throat slashed, right? That's the same hallway we're talking about, right?
I don't know. It's the same hallway, but I don't know about the other part of your question.
So you don't know about where you've seen the photographs, haven't you?
Yes, part of them.
You were here in court when we showed them, right?
Yes,
Do you have any doubt, or do you have reason to doubt that those photographs are not true and accurate depictions of Mr. Alexander
Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. Mr. Martinez, you may continue.
Ma'am, how long was Mr. Alexander banging his head up against that door before something happened, before the next thing happened?
I guess if I had to guess, maybe a minute, minute and a half.
So for a minute and a half, he's doing this, and you're just standing there, right?
No, I was sitting on the washing machine downstairs when it began.
I see. So for a minute and a half, you hear it, and then you go upstairs? Is that
No,
right?
I'd say from the time he stopped. I heard the sound, then I jumped off the washing machine and went upstairs to find out what was going on. Found him in the
Well,
bedroom.
let me do it this way. As you're walking up the stairs, do you still hear him banging his head up against the door?
Yeah, I'm following the
As
sound.
you go into his room, do you still hear
Yes.
him banging his head up against the door? And then as you take a right and go down the hallway, is he still banging his head up against the door?
Yes,
Do you get close to him when he's doing this?
yes.
How far away do you get?
I'd say pretty close, maybe from here to this thermos right here.
And while you're standing there, he continues to bang his head. From the time you stood there, how long did he continue to bang his head?
Till I said his name.
I know. How long in terms of time?
I couldn't say exact seconds, but I tentatively walked up to him. I'd never seen him act
When
like
you
that.
said tentatively,
Yes.
you walk up to him, and from the time that you get near him to where that pitcher of water is, how much time elapses from the time that you get to where the pitcher is to the time that he stops banging his head? I'm talking in terms of time.
I didn't let it go on long before I said his name, and he stopped.
Pardon?
I didn't let it go on for a prolonged period of time before I said his name. I wanted him to stop.
Okay, so how long before you said his name?
I don't know, as far as seconds. It wasn't long.
It was what?
It wasn't long.
I know, but you said seconds, and I didn't hear the first part of it.
I said I don't know as far as seconds.
Oh, okay. And so you said his name, and at that point, what does he do?
He spun and faced me. He had the eyes of a madman, and he screamed, "What?" really loud.
Right, and so this is what you're telling us is the same thing that you saw back on June 4th of 2008. You sort of almost described it the same way, that he had the eyes of a madman, right?
Objection, mischaracterizes their testimony.
Rephrase.
Ma'am, you told us that he was in the shower, right? On June 4th of 2008,
Yes.
right? That you dropped the camera, right?
Yes.
And that he got very, very upset, right?
Yes.
And he said some things to you, right?
Yes.
And you were able to see his face, right?
Yes.
And his face was like that of a madman, right?
Yes.
So let's get back to August of 2008. At that point, you said he had this same kind of look, right?
Yes, it's 2007.
Right. But it was the same kind of look, right?
The same, very similar, yes.
Right. And so then what happens? He has this look in his eye. What do?
I turned and bolted down the hallway.
You ran, right?
Yes.
But he's able to catch you, right?
Yes.
He catches you where?
Right around the threshold of the carpet.
Right. Where he ended up with his head, with the slitting of the throat, right?
I don't know.
You saw the photographs, right?
I saw.
And you saw the big blotch of blood that was there on the breachway there between the tile and the carpet, right?
Yes.
Is that about the area where he caught you?
Yes.
And is that where he grabs you by the wrist?
Yes.
And he grabs you there by the wrist, and does he still have this look of a madman or not?
I didn't look.
Were you looking down, or what were you doing?
I don't know if I might have had my eyes closed. I was still not looking at him.
Pardon?
I was not looking at him.
Okay. And then he hugs you, or what does he do?
He yanked me toward him and put his arms around me and squeezed.
Was it a very hard squeeze?
It was a firm squeeze, but it wasn't too hard.
And then he apologizes, right?
Yes.
And then this confrontation is over, right?
No.
In terms of the physical aspect, the confrontation is over, right?
Yes.
So there may be some arguing afterwards, or there may be some words exchanged, but in terms of him being physical, according to you, that's where it ends, right?
That's right.
And this is the event that you tells us goes through your head as you're running down the hallway in 2008, right?
Well, when I went
Yes
to
or
make
no?
the decision,
Yes or no?
No,
Okay, didn't you testify on direct examination that that's what you were thinking about when he was after you on June 4th of 2008? Isn't that what you said?
Characterizes her testimony.
Overruled, you may answer.
at one point, yes.
Okay? So if this is the, and I know you don't like the word flashback or the thought, but if this is the flashback or the thought that you have on June 4th of 2008, then you know nothing's going to happen because nothing happened before, right?
That's not right.
There was a different ending back in August of 2007. Did he hurt you more?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
So he didn't hurt you more, though, right?
He didn't hurt me at all in August.
And if he didn't hurt you at all, to use your term, in August, and this is something that goes through your head, then the expectation would be that he wouldn't hurt you in 2008, and there's no reason to be afraid of him, right?
Not after he broke my finger, hit me, and almost killed me by choking
Pardon?
me unconscious.
Pardon?
It was not that.
What did you say?
Said not after he broke my finger, hit me, and choked me unconscious by
And
2008.
this is the same finger that you told Detective Flores happened on June 4th, right? 2008.
That's right.
That's the same finger that you're saying is the reason that you believe something else was going to happen, right?
Part of the reason, yes.
Right. And the other reason was what?
He had choked me till I lost consciousness.
And when was this event?
The week that I moved.
And that would be the week of April of 2008, right?
Yes.
Was this while you were living with him or staying with him for the week or some other time?
It was during that time.
And was this before or after your mother came out there?
After.
And during this event where he choked you, there are no medical reports, are there?
No.
There's no police report that backs up what you're saying, is there?
No.
There is no one that you told back then that backs up this supposed event, right?
I did not tell them that's why the bruises were.
Pardon?
I didn't tell them about that.
Right. So there, all we have to go on is your word, correct?
That's correct.
And
We're having some technical difficulties with FTR. We're going to need to take just a momentary break.
telling us, ma'am, about the incident where you claimed that he choked you before you left to move back to Wairika, correct?
Yes.
And when did that happen?
It would have been the first week of April 2008.
And you were at his house?
Yes.
And what were you doing?
We were having a discussion that led to an argument, and then it led to that.
What were you having a discussion about?
Several things. We were first discussing his dating life, and then we were discussing my dating life. And then prior to that, he was a little bit upset because I had re-emphasized the pamphlet that I gave him. Because
I'm not asking you about his demeanor.
Judge, she's asking what the discussion was about. She's explaining it.
Objection non-responsive. I just want the topics.
Ask another question.
And during this discussion, where was it that it took place?
In his bedroom.
And it escalated, according to you, into a point where he threw you down, right?
Yes.
And when you were down, that's when he choked you, right?
Yes.
And how long did this confrontation last?
I don't know.
Were you able to get up afterwards, or did he let you up?
I woke up and he was not on top of me anymore.
And he was what?
Not on top of me anymore.
Didn't call the police, did you?
No.
You didn't get any medical care, did you?
No.
You didn't tell anybody, correct?
I did tell someone.
Who did you tell, ma'am?
I told Matt.
You told Matt McCartney, right? That day you told Matt McCartney?
No.
You told Matt McCartney when? June 2nd of 2008?
No.
When did you tell Matt McCartney?
I saw him a few days later, and he called me out on all the bruises that were on me.
And with regard to his statements, do you know why it is that when asked about that particular incident, he claimed no knowledge of it? Do you know anything about that?
Hearsay, improper.
Overruled, you may answer.
Do you know why he would claim no knowledge of that?
Objection calls for speculation why he would claim.
Sustained.
So, you don't know whether or not he, when interviewed, whether or not he admitted to knowing about that.
Objection is calls for hearsay, Judge, and it's the same question. May we approach?
You may.
Alright, so that'll be it for tonight. Thank you all for coming and hanging out with me. And we will see you all on the next one, and peace.